Alright, first things first is to roll down your window before you disconnect your battery or anything, because you want to be able to come in and out of the car if you have no power, and just in case you lock it. So on the right side here, there's a little nut at the bottom of this. So we're trying to get access to the normal battery.
Yeah.
So this is what that little nut looks like. I put it back in this little socket here so I don't lose it. Ironically enough, I kicked this later and I lost that. So it's always good practice to disconnect your battery when you're working on your car, especially if anything electrical. So here I'm just undoing the negative side of the battery. If you followed this line, this is what's grounding the battery. I just find that it's easier to access this a little bit. So I disconnect this, and then I just rest it on this carpet side. And then I place the bolt back in there so I don't lose it. As long as you're not touching that much, which you won't be, that bolt won't fall out. Now, gotta disconnect the main battery, the hybrid battery, high voltage. And then I just kind of place this stuff back in here. I was going to have it on the garage floor, but it could just sit back here. It helps keep things organized. Things to keep in mind is not to hit that little bolt off that you just sat there on the grounding wire, and not to lose your little nut, your little plastic nut. Now, since your battery's disconnected, don't close this hatch, because it's going to be a pain to undo if you do, because you have no power. So now you can't unlatch this. If you do this, hopefully your window is down like we did earlier, and you can undo it from the inside.
Pop the hood right here. All right. Grab this.
Now I'm going to remove the window cowl and the windshield pan. Now for the windshield wiper, you can use a little screwdriver. If you have a plastic one, that'll be nicer. That way you don't accidentally scratch this. I'm just using a metal one here. Same for the other windshield wiper. Now there's two nuts, or one on each. These are 14 millimeters. Now there's two plastic clips on this cowl, one on each side. I'm not sure if the ones I have are the original OEM ones on there. Yours may look different, but either way they should be a plastic clip. Alright, with all those out, should now be able to pop this out. Takes a little bit of tugging to loosen it, and pulling it up. So now, once this is out, now you gotta be mindful, because your bottom of your windshield is now exposed. So any of your metal tools or anything where parts pulling up later, always keep in mind. And then here I'm just showing the cowl, little pieces of it. I thought it was interesting seeing the kind of foam. There's clips, there's kind of like these wedge clips on it. A lot of mine were broken. I think I only had like one intact. Just something to take note of. Mine went right back on fine. But if you have them all, cool for you. Now this is a big job, and there's going to be a lot of nuts and a lot of bolts and just random brackets and stuff. So it's good to stay organized. My method is the Ziploc baggies and then a Sharpie, just to write where the bolts came from and whatever parts fit in there. I find this helps the best for me. If you guys have other organization system, I'd love to know it. The reason why I chose the Ziploc instead of like cups is because you can kick cups and then all your organization is gone. The Ziploc bags you can throw around and all the bolts stay together still. And then I just line them up in a spot in the garage that's not going to be moved, and then plate the baggie with it.
Now I'm gonna remove under here this glue, and it's kind of have to squeeze it parallel.
So yeah, take out this little wiring harness from the window pan. And in general, most of this video, I try to show the clips or the bolts to the camera. That way you can see what you're working with. And just hopefully that helps you out.
And you're going to move these two 10mm. I like using a 3-inch extension.
Now we're going to take off the windshield wiper assembly, and you pull to the left, passenger side. Now you could disconnect the wire and then place this out of your way to give you more room. For some reason I decided just to fold it over here.
Now I'm going to remove all these 10 mils. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Fine, using a 10-inch extension helps with this 10 mil on this part.
Now this would be a perfect place for a power tool, just so you can undo all these really fast. For some reason I didn't think of that at this time. I always would have the mindset with starting by hand, and then as I get more familiar with whatever I'm working with, then work towards the power tool. And the reason why I do that is just because there's always a danger of stripping something or over torquing, so hand always gives you a better feel of how, I don't know, the tension on bolts. And then once you kind of understand that, then you can go towards power tool. But you can also start with the power tool. That's just me explaining my process.
This one there.
Alright, now you just gotta pull out the window pan and kind of have to wiggle it out of here. The flaps can sometimes prevent you from pulling it out. I have to adjust the flap on the passenger side. Then put all those bolts, ziplock, label, stay organized.
Alright, now for the airbox. Gonna undo this, these two clips, this bolt. Press down on this, gotta get out. This is a 10 millimeter. Just enough for it to loose. Take that out. Now we may not have to take off this cowl. Not exactly
And
sure,
you don't need to.
but we do.
I didn't on
Remove
this
this
job.
little clip. You probably will have a clip there. or what we're trying to do, is get to that clip right there. Alright, take the air filter out. Now we're going to remove this bolt, that bolt, that bolt, and we already got those clips there. I believe that's it. All 10 millimeter.
For these bolts, I ended up just storing them inside the Airbox container.
Now with that out, just gotta dangle this all out. Undo that hose. Can come out in two pieces. Now we're starting to get some room in here. So there's a little nub under there. It's right in the middle. See if I can get it on camera. But it's a cool little jack point Toyota does for a lot of their vehicles. Let's see. Well, I guess I have to drop the jack, right? See that little nub right there? A little jack point. Alright, we gotta take this wheel off. That way we can actually get to where the harmonic balancer is. Now this Lexus has a wheel lock.
21 millimeter.
If you have one, I feel like they came standard. Every car I've seen has a wheel lock. So make sure you have your wheel lock. Hopefully yours is either in your glove box or in the back where there's a little slot for it where your spare tire is. So I'm just gonna break the nuts and then we'll take the rest off once the car's fully lifted. When you're dealing with circles and bolts, it's always good to stick with a star pattern, whether you're loosening or tightening. Oh, you should put your e-brake on so your car's not rolling backwards. Now I do have an impact driver, but I always like to hand crack them. Stuff here. just gonna use the hand for the wheel lock, just because it's a weird thing to grip. Hand tool for the wheel lock. I'll set that under the car for safety.
You'll see it later in the video, but I decided to also take off the driver's side wheel. Now you're probably asking, why didn't you just use the impact driver to pull the nuts off? It's because this impact driver is not very powerful. I end up later in this repair buying a good impact wrench. It was also Cobalt. I was actually about to get a Milwaukee or DeWalt, but man, those Cobalt deals, they're just so good sometimes. I think I got mine for about $199. And I'm not sponsored by Cobalt. That'd be cool. If Cobalt, if you somehow see this and want to sponsor me, I'd love that.
Put these in here so we know where they're at. Alright, the wheel's off, so now we can access this little panel here, which right behind it is the motor and the harmonic balancer. Mine's missing one of these up here. I usually just use a little flathead, get under. One came out really easy. Usually don't come out that easy. This might have broke. No, looks okay. But there's the type of clip. It's a little 3-prong, so when you push it in, they expand out. These things usually break and they're coming out easy, almost too easy. Here. And it looks like there's one more. Another one right in there. This is the fender liner. I had to remove right here, right there, peel this back, and then you can access it. Pull this out. Alright, so now we need to drain the coolant. So slide your, whatever's gonna catch your coolant over here. Now, there is a little yellow valve, wing nut, yellow wing nut to drain it, yellow valve up there. I can zoom in on it. Right, so under that little yellow valve, and the coolant's going to come out that hole. And it will come out that little drain hole. Now there's a port right there. You can shove your hand through and reach in that direction. So you're going to shove your hand in that direction so you can drain the coolant and it'll come out of this hole here. Shove a hand in here, go towards the front of the car, You're gonna hit that little yellow knob, we're gonna turn it counterclockwise. So it should be coming out of here. We're gonna reach in here. So the coolant should generally come out of this hole, but we're gonna reach in this one to turn that valve. Let's see if I can do it. Come on. God. Okay, not easy to turn. Busting my finger. Come on. God. All right, so my hand strength just isn't good enough to turn that valve. And it's so hard that I'm turning it counterclockwise. It's so difficult that I'm questioning now, is it clockwise? But to give me more room and leverage, I'm gonna take off the driver's side wheel. All right, there's that little sucker, that yellow knob up there. Really hard to turn. See if we got better leverage this time. Okay. Come on. My light just went out. Come on. All right, going from below was not working. I just could not get the right leverage. So I pulled out a couple of these plastic clips to give us some room here. And then maybe a better angle here. All right, there's the radiator, that little yellow thing. You just gotta turn that left or right. I'm pretty sure it's left, counterclockwise. I just can't turn it, so I'm trying to get some pliers in there and maybe get that sorted. All right, so I just took the panel off. It's getting too much in the way. What I'm trying to do is just get in here and turn this thing. I don't want to break it, so I'm trying to get a good grip on it. If this happens to be a clockwise turn, I'm going to be so mad. Oh my God. I think I got it. So let's see. Let's see if we can do it by hand now. I can. The camera focus. There we go. Starting to go. There goes dripping. All right, so that worked. Side axis. It's looking kind of red rather than pink, but it could just be the different coolants. I maybe can open it more to speed it along. Don't want it to come out. I want it to stay in there. There we go. That's a good flow. Okay. All right, we're back over on the passenger side, and we're going to remove these 3 attachments here. This one, and this guy. I'm going to push this little clip here.
So this third one, so it's actually like this little plastic thing is just for the connector to mount to the engine. So once you pull that off, you'll have to disconnect the wiring harness from that. You'll see it. It's obvious once you get it out of there. My camera cut right when I was pulling it out. Sorry about that. I tried to at least show the struggles. That way, you know that if you're struggling on the same part, I don't know, empathy, you're not alone. I don't know, just to show that it wasn't easy.
Okay, and then here's the harness that you just unplugged. Here's the cables hanging down here. You need to unclip this clip right here. There's a tiny slot on the side here. I'm using a stubby. You push that in there, and it'll come out like that. Don't be confused, because there's one on the front of this. I don't know what that is, but there's a little slot on this piece. Now that'll swing open, and then you can pull that out. Now we're going to continue with the wiring harness. So we're going to just keep following this up and unplug everything on the way up. Got this little bracket here. Use a little 10 mil. Alright, so this, once you get the bracket off, this was in here, and just put it back into the spot where it came, that way we don't lose it. Alright, next is this. Mine's already loose, but we'll that and put that off. Got these coil packs unplugged. Go. This one. Mine are loosened because I was inside it earlier. This one. Okay, I understand this clip a little better here, the one right next to the red. So, you actually pull the little tab on this side, pull that away from it, and then you can just slide it up. And then it'll get off that. So that's similar to the one down there. Focus. The earlier one where I said you can put in the screw from the left side, but if you pull away, the screwdriver is pretty easy still, but this should be able to come off in the same way. There we go. Yeah, so pull away and then slide off away from it. But since I already took it off the cable to keep its position, I'm just going to put it back. Same thing for this one. Like either a screwdriver nail in there and then just pull up. Super easy. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna undo this bolt here. Just give it some more freedom. It's a 10 mil. Can use a deep socket on this one. Give me more leverage. Pull that out. Unplug this guy. That guy, and you're gonna unplug this. I already had it unplugged. On the back here, you're gonna pull away. There's a little, I'll show you. On the back here of this little harness thing, mini harness, you're gonna push this thing away and then lift up at the same time. And I'll loosen that more. Just keep going with the wiring harness. Alright, we're just continuing on here. So we're going to undo these two, 10 millimeters, unplug this fuel rail. I'm going to unplug this guy, that guy, this one, which is the water pump, and then that one down there. I'll show you. And you can move this hose out of the way. It should be fairly easy to move. Just twist this, move it up. Put that out of the way. I can get to these. Alright, so you can remove those and then you can put the bolts back in so you don't lose them. Okay, take these fuel rail ones out and plug these. There's a little brace here, you just pull up on it. That's the clip underneath, mounting there. This other fuel injector. And this one here. I'll zoom out and show you where we're at. pump. This guy right here. Okay, this connector is a bad one. Come on, light. So this one, you're going to be pressing on the inside of this, on the inside of here, underneath here, just underneath it. And when you pull it up, this is what it looks like. My camera. This thing was pissing me off, so you gotta push on that to release it and pull up for that one. Garage cat. Yeah. Hanging out. Now for this big part of the harness, backside. Same thing with the other ones that kind of look like this. That's just a bigger one. Come on, camera. Just pull. It's right under here. You're gonna push away from there, and then slide it up like that. Comes off that little bracket right there. Okay. Getting close here. See what's holding on. I'm gonna do this one here. Why the lighting's so dark? Undo this. I'm gonna undo this one. Here. Hope this comes off easy. And then you're going to undo this little clip here and get some pliers on the back side. There we go. Just lay this, you just lay all that over. This bolt that we took out earlier. It was part of this plastic bit. Put that back in so you remember. Don't lose it. Alright. Got the harness over. You're going to take off this bolt here. This is a 12 millimeter. Because we're going to disconnect the hose that bolt is mounting to. Set that there for now. I'm going to pull that to the side. Now we're going to put that bolt right back so don't lose it. Now we just follow this hose down and then detach it here. Shouldn't be too bad. Kind of twist it, work it off. There we go. Get that hose off. Put that to the side. Now we're going to pull off. And now we're going to disconnect this hose here. That's coming up. I need some pliers. This hose clamp. Now we'll disconnect the hose right underneath it too, and we'll probably get the other end of it after we get the intake manifold off. Keep your coolant bucket underneath for these hoses, because they'll relieve pressure, and more coolant will leak out. Now we're going to take off this little, disconnect this EGR pipe. There's a bolt here, 10 millimeter, and then there's another one below it here. $10 Alright, so I lied. This bolt, it was holding on this plastic housing. Now you have, oh, look at that. That was opened. That was loose. But this goes on there, covers it, and I'll get these two bolts off the EGR. Alright, let's get this intake manifold off. So you're going to get these 5 12 millimeter. Oh, sorry. You should be able to just lift this out. There we go. And don't pull too hard there. There's a PCV valve down there. Right there. So you're gonna have to disconnect that hose right in there. You might be able to do it, just your hand. Oh, disconnect that. I dropped the clip. Don't lose that clip for the hose. There's one more plug to unplug down there. That's holding this on right there. Unplug that, and then you should be able to pull it out. Okay. It's free. All right. Here it is, your intake manifold. Now I've already been to this part before. That's why if you look at this gasket, it looks pretty new, because it is. It's less than 2,000 miles old. Alright. So now we're going to remove the thermostat. So now we're going to move the thermostat, which is this right here. This has 3 nuts on it. And this hose here. Disconnect it right here. This hose clamp. I use these pliers, get that hose clamp down, and now just gotta pull it off. It's disconnected. 10 millimeter deep socket, and plus probably like a 3-inch extension. At least works for this top one. Close that. Now down here. I'm just taking off the little nut. The third one is behind it. It's right under here. Kind of just feel it on there. Now that thermostat had the 2 nuts on top, and the hidden one was a bolt in the back. Just something to know. Alright, now we're going to remove the coolant reservoir. So that's just by 2 bolts right here. So we got one right there, 10 millimeter, and then one right there, 10 millimeter. Okay, should be free. It's kind of dangle it out of here, and then you're just gonna tuck it right down there for now. Now we're gonna be working with the passenger side engine mount. This will be 14 millimeter and 17 millimeters. So first there's a nut underneath. Let's see if I can show you. We'll do that one first. Okay, there's underneath the engine mount. Hopefully you can see that 14 millimeter nut. Okay, so to get to this nut under here, I could probably do a long extension straight from the bottom, but I don't have one. So I do a 14 millimeter deep socket with a little elbow extension, and then put that on. So to even get to it easily, you can try to feel it first with this. Once you got a lock on it, then you can put your driver on. Okay. Oh. And this is a tight one. Better angle here. Once you break it loose, it's usually easy to get off unless you're rusted. which hopefully, if you're in the Northeast, I'm sorry, or anywhere in the Rust Belt, you guys are the heroes, the true mechanics, working with the rust. There we go. 14 millimeter nut. All right, now we're gonna take off this engine mount. So I'm gonna do this 17 millimeter nut, and then we got 4 bolts here. Bolt here. Okay, not this bolt. This bolt here on the side. Bolt there and down there. I don't know if my finger can point on it, but I'll zoom in. Bolt there. Okay. Now the engine's gonna drop a little bit, and that's okay. Don't worry. For this bolt here, it'd probably be nice to have a 3-inch impact extension. It's just something I rigged up. It's not the best, but enough to reach it. Right, now we gotta take off this bracket. So we need a 10 millimeter nut right there, and then I'm gonna use a wrench, 10 millimeter for that bolt right there. Okay, then you're gonna move this stuff out of the way. It's not here. Take that out. This one's small enough to fit in this bag here. Okay, now we remove this stud here. That is an 8 millimeter. Putting this in the engine mount bag. All right, we're almost there. Now we just have to take off this clip that's connected to this bracket and this clip on this little cable. It's like a grounding wire. So for this one, I'm gonna put a screwdriver. I'm gonna push that way while simultaneously pulling the clip away from the bracket towards you. And then you kind of, once you have that clipped, it's kind of hard to fandangle it out. and it comes off like that. That can stay there. Now this one, a little there. Opens like that. Okay. The engine mount should be free to pull out of here. Kind of move these hoses a bit. Careful with them. Engine mount. Okay, I'm gonna come in here. We got 3 14mm bolts. Take those off. Pretty tough. These are pretty tough, these bolts. Drop my socket down there. Alright, while I was doing that, this little grounding wire is getting in the way. So also remove this, give you a little more room here. I put the bolt right back so we don't lose it. It's one of those ones, I kind of just feel it. Like some bolts feel like they go back, others feel like they go in a bag. It's usually when there's nowhere for them to go. God, each one of these 14s are tough. Yeah, a little more leverage for that 14. But be careful this. I'm going to use the jack's pole to stick on this ratchet here to get more leverage. But be careful, make sure it's seated properly. You don't want to strip or break anything. That worked. Just need a little more leverage. All right, just undo these long bolts. God. Okay, there's one. And that one almost looks finger loose, and then I pull it out. There's 2. Oh. Close. Okay. And there's 3 with the part. So this one, just gonna set these back in it. Set this aside. These are big. Shouldn't get lost. All right, now for the infamous EGR. I'm probably gonna leak to Merv's service secrets. That guy, awesome video, perfect effects for this. Like, why refilm something when someone's done it amazing? But yeah, go check that guy out. So we're gonna follow his steps here. All right, we're gonna continue on this EGR. As a 10 millimeter, I use a 3-inch extension.
Now you technically don't have to take off this pipe here. It could come off with the EGR easily, but I just decided to do it here.
This one here, these 2 bolts. Save these little 2 bolts from the EGR. Along with this little black bracket. And now that the tube's off, might as well put this one in here, along with its 2 little bolts. Add that to our pile. You know what? Just realized there's a little gasket on here, so make sure this is facing towards it. I'm going to put this in the bag with the tube. All right, what we're going to try to do, I'm going to remove this 12 millimeter nut here. Let's do that first. From the passenger side, you can see this a little better, but these are the 2 12 millimeter bolts or nut right there, and then right there. It's kind of finicky to get in there. Good luck. Actually, before going for that, we're going to see if we can move this coolant pipe to give us some room. So we're going to come in here. Here. All right, hopefully that'll give us more room. So kind of fill it through here and put it right there. Now, that might give us more room. We might remove this. We'll see. All right, I can't get in there with the deep socket, so we're just gonna try using a wrench on it. I might be able to get the ratchet part of the wrench. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Be dang, it's dust on the cover. This off, show your skills. Now I feel like I'm going to drop that, or just in case I do, I'm going to use this magnet at the end of it as I keep going. And once it's at the end there, I don't drop it. See? Now we need to get to the other one underneath that. I'm going to remove this hose here. Hopefully that'll give us more space. We need to remove that hose anyways. Alright, to get that bottom one, get it come on the passenger side, and there's the bolt again there. Come at it with the 12 millimeter wrench and crack it loose. Alright, now we're going to take off this 12 millimeter bolt right here. Nice and easy. A little win, free win. Now for this stud, it's a E8 torque socket, but I don't have that, so in a similar fashion to Merv, I'm just going to use a 6 millimeter socket and kind of side, come at it kind of at an angle. Luckily it's not that tight. Hopefully it's not too tight for you. If it is and you feel like you're going to strip it, get that EA Torx E8. Still working on it. It's a long one. Now on this EGR cooler, like I mentioned, if I mentioned in Merv's video, there's a bracket underneath this thing. That's a pain in the ass. So yeah, I already removed it. I cut it off in the past, luckily, when I cleaned this last time. So for me, once I take this bolt out, the EGR should be free. Stud out. Keep organized. Here. Add it to the pile. All right, now that the EGR's out, good job, proud of you. I'm gonna remove this clamp, or the hoses too, and this hose, and unplug this. That. Alright, to take off this hose, you're gonna need to move another hose so you can bag it off. Now, if you follow that thick line down, there's a 12 millimeter bolt down here. Let's see if I can get the camera. Focus camera, please. There's that bolt down in there. You have to take that off. Used a little elbow on the 12 millimeter. Alright. Okay, so once you follow that thick line down. So we removed the one that was in there. You can see it empty right there. My finger's pointing at it right now. And then underneath this, pretty much where this clamp is, right underneath it, is another one. It's really pretty cramped down there. Alright, I'm struggling. I can't get to this bolt underneath this thick tube that's holding it on, so I can back off that tube. I tried to remove this thick hose here, maybe to get more room, but I can't get that hose off either. Alright, so what I ended up doing, I did take this big hose off this end here. That gave me enough room. Put my socket in here. Hopefully you can see it. Apologies. You can't. But yeah, I was able to break it loose. I had to use my bar again for more leverage. But once this is out, I should be able to move this bigger pipe out of the way. That was a terrible bolt. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, I just got it. Okay. And what I used was a 12 millimeter. I used a deep socket just because it kind of gave me an extension on it. You don't need a deep socket. But a 12 millimeter deep socket plus that trusty elbow extension. It's really nice. Now for this hose, I used vice grips on it because I don't understand these clamps. Alright, now I can back up this hose. It's off. I'm just gonna leave my vice grips there. Alright, now for this little hose here. Focus. One off this little hose here. So this is the big one. Pulled off the big one, unplugged that, now we're just pulling off this little hose. Shouldn't be too bad after you got the big one. I jinxed myself. I said that'd be no problem. And there was a problem. I just didn't realize how long this coolant pipe was. I had to back this out, back the valve clamp up pretty far, and then carefully put a little screwdriver underneath any specialty tool. There's like a little pick that you can buy. AutoZone, you can kind of loosen up the ends of hoses and pull them back. I was able to get that out. But I wanted to show you the hose, the tube length on that. Alright, zoom out here. Now we're going to tackle the water pump. This doesn't look that bad to me, but I might have just jinxed myself saying that. There's 5 bolts on this. There's 4 up top and then 1 at the bottom, I believe. So we should be able to access some 4 up here and then get it on from the bottom down there. Alright, 12 millimeter. And then this is the 5th one underneath it. That friggin' smashed my pinky. Smashed it. Can you see that or not? Right, here's the water pump here. I don't know why I like this part. Looks cool. And there's no pulleys that turn this water pump, purely electric. Yeah, there's the orientation of the bolts. So it was small, 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 and then the long ones were on the left side. Left side of it. Here's how it looks. Kombucha.
Getting full. Full!
Alright, we're underneath the car. Well, I had me cracking the oil thing, the oil bolt, but camera battery died and then the footage was lost. But the oil looks fine. Like, there's tiny bulbs in there, but that's not that abnormal. We'll look at it closer once it's done draining. Yeah, like I said, that is a 14mm bolt. That's one you should know for your car. Save you a lot of money. Most of the time. Sometimes there's good oil change deals. Alright, the reason why we drain the oil, so we can take off this Harmonic Balancer without a bunch of oil pouring out through the seal. So, that is a 19 millimeter. And you're probably going to need a impact driver to get it out. If not, you can do it a way where you put a ratchet on it and a large extension to the ground or something to stop it. But we already disconnected the battery and all the coils, so you would have to loosen that before you do all that. I just recommend investing in an impact driver. Cobalt's okay, I mean, but I don't think anything's wrong with Cobalt. Haven't had any issues yet. They're cheap and they're pretty good. They're not the cheapest, but they're good. Well, that's not working. Alright. Just upgraded to this big bad boy. Did it. Right, you should just be able to pull this Harmonic Balancer out. It's not coming out that easy. Couple light smacks like that. That's close. There we go. So it didn't come out completely easy, but after some tugging and a couple smacks with the hammer, it did come out. Alright, gonna move the coils. These are 10 millimeters on each one. Pull these out. Alright, time for this valve cover. So, all around the perimeter, got 10 millimeter bolts. I'll count them to see if it's right, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that one right there. This middle bolt, longer, comes with a little gasket on it. Alright, now for a satisfying part, removing it. So you can probably just use a small screwdriver, put it right here and pry it up. This one's pretty small, I might try to get a bigger one. Right here a bit too. Let me get a bigger one. That could probably work, but
I work with something so small. I need to get me a bigger screwdriver. This is all I have right now. So I'm trying to get under. Almost have it up. I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to damage it. So, but we're almost there. There we go. It's a nice satisfying part to pull off. You get to see some turnings of the internal engine pieces. Just so a nice reminder, there's 12 small ones around the valve cover and then the one in the middle. So 13 total, but 12 small ones. Let's have a quick glance in here. It's always nice to see a new engine part. It's pretty tarnished. Kind of surprised how tarnished for 150,000 miles. It's not crazy, but I just thought it'd be less. Alright, now we're going to take off the timing chain cover. There's a whole miscellaneous round of bolts on here. They go around the perimeter, and I believe there's one in the middle. There might be another, but I'll show you the bolts and tie the sizes once I get that off. And once you do get all the bolts off, where do you put your screwdriver to pry it? It's gonna be right here in this little groove, this little pocket here. So that's where you'll pry it. We're down below now. Just continuing, I'm going clockwise on this timing chain, all the bolts. Alright, we just took out these two 12s above here. Take out this one here. This is also a 12. Ow. Bottom here. That's a 12. Up here. We'll also take out these 4 12mm bolts. Just busting a lot of knuckles. I can reach this one at least. Nice. Let me see if this comes off. This looks like it comes off here. It does come off. Make sure your oil pan is below, because a little bit of oil is going to come off. This is your oil filter. I placed it on this little ledge here so it can drain because it has water, oil in it. You could take the filter out beforehand, but yeah. Okay, and then there's another one. If I get the lighting.
Camera's trying to focus, but the contrast is too bright. See right there? Look at that guy. 14, I believe. Right, we're back up top. I'm gonna try to get this one. This one, that looks like a 14. This one's a 12. This darker one here I'm touching. And then I think the next two is 14. Right here at the edge of your screen, 14. And then at 12, two 12s right above that. Right, now two more 12s. One right here, and then this one in the shadows I'm pointing at here. Alright, that should be the last one. Hopefully that's it and I didn't miss any. It's a 10. It's a 10. Alright, 10 millimeter in the middle. Alright, so hopefully we got them all off. Let's see here. So I put in this little pocket here on the side so you can get some leverage. Like I said, you might want a better screwdriver than this. Maybe a little longer, wider tip. Let's try this thing again. I'm trying to be mindful of not putting the screwdriver inside where the seal is, because I don't want to damage that. Because if you make a mar or something on that, then the seal won't be a straight flat edge and it might not seal. All right, I'm going to try using a little wrench here. Get more leverage. Missing a bolt. Okay, I used the timing cog to get a little more leverage. Like I said, I'm not putting that much force. I was putting decent force here, but it didn't feel rise too much. Check from down below. All right, so from down below, I kind of like pushed it back in, then pushed it back out. That kind of like straightened it. And now it's loose. Timing chain. Alright. There you go. Timing cover off. Here's the timing cover. I just wanted to show you what you're working with. So you have a 12, 14, 14, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, and soon. But that's for the oil filter bracket mounting point. So then a 12, 12, 12, 14, 14, 12, and 12. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are also 12s. Oh yeah, and then you got this one single guy in the middle. He's a 10 mil. All right, this is as far as I've ever gone before on an engine, so it's new territory for me. But we're gonna remove the timing chain. First, there's a little guard down here. This guard, it's like plastic. Should be able to remove it pretty easy. Let's see. Should just come right off. Yeah. Pull this guard off. Pretty easy. And now the chain. Now the chain is looser. You can maybe be able to get it off. Let's see. Let's move this gasket. Yeah, that was tension on it. So we'll have to retime it when we put the chain back on. Kind of just finagling it. Maybe slip it out from here. Oh, pop off that plastic thing, whatever that is. There we go. Got the chain out. Okay, for the next guard, there's two, I think they're 12 millimeter bolts. There's one here, and then there's one below. I think the camera focused on it right here. Take this guard off. Yeah, this is a 12. These are 12s on here. Weirdly tight. There. This one right here. You lost the lighting right when I went down there because of my shadow. I got the stupid line in the way. It's like point no turn. All the gas is everything loose. All right, pulled that off. Getting a lot of room in here. So now we're going to take off these little shafts right here. Those are the camshaft. So this is the cam assembly. Yeah, we're going to take this off. So these are all. We're just going to remove these 12 millimeter bolts. I'm not going to really remove them. I'm going to loosen them enough they can just sit in there. So there's a lot of them. I'll try to count them for you, but here, I'll do them real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't forget that one. 11, 12. There's one down here. 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, camera got stuck. 17. We'll see, we'll do another count, but at least you see which ones we're moving. Not the black ones. Not these 10 black ones, just the 12 millimeters. So let's go here. There we go. All right, so like I said, make sure these are all unthreaded, but have them sitting in there. And now we pull this off. Always be mindful of your windshield because you're pulling it up and that windshield's exposed. You might need to, you might need a screwdriver to pry this up. All right, I got a little bigger screwdriver I found. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to go to the store to get a bigger one. So you shove it under here. All right, I did pop. I don't recommend one. It needs to be bigger than this. But I did pop it up. Alright, still record this here. Okay. We got it. It's pretty heavy. Watch your back. There. All right, so we're gonna remove these rockers just so we don't bump them and we can just have them. So there's 16 of them and they come off simply by just pulling on it. So they literally are just sitting on top. So you can get all of them. You just pull them off. Yeah, just bundle them up. Don't lose those. And while you're doing this, careful not to bump these little caps that are right underneath it. They're on top of these springs here. They're just literally little caps that sit on top of them. Keep those there. We're getting close. Now we just need to remove the exhaust manifold. To get back here, so you gotta remove this shroud first, which is three 12mm bolts like that. And then underneath that, I think it's 5, 12, and a 14, but I'll show you. Yeah, 12mm. Might be able to come at this with the impact wrench if you. Whoops, dropped it. Gotta remember that. Should come off now. Little shroud. All right, so now we're gonna take off the exhaust manifold. I can't see this, but the phone can. There should be about 5 back here, so I see them. So there's one. Wait, oh, drop my light. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's that 5th one? Oh, there's the 5th one. 5. We'll see where that goes. And what I'm using is a 12mm deep socket with that little elbow extension. That seems to be doing pretty good so far. Alright, got those 5 nuts off. 5 nuts off here, but now it's still not. Out here. I got these 5 nuts off here. Still not coming off. I think I have to remove this guy. At 14mm. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like, I'm praying that's the last thing holding this exhaust manifold on. So I'm going to take this bolt out and hopefully that loosens it. Hope this is the one. God, the thing looks kind of rusted. We may spray some WD-40 on it. All right, see if I can knock it. I'll let that sit for a bit. All right, I'm gonna try to come at it with the bigger driver, get more leverage. Whoops, tightening it, fuck. All right, there we go. Bigger driver, 14mm, longer driver, more leverage. Let's see if that did it. I just realized the camera angle's trash. And try to redeem that camera angle. Apologies. I'm gonna get this here. Really hope this is what's holding the rest of the manifold on. Oh, right, got that out. All right, I think that was it, because look, I don't know if you see this, but the manifold is moving ever so slightly, but I feel like that means it's loose. So it was those 5 and that 14 mil down there. Oh my gosh, guys, we're so close. All right, we should theoretically, all we have left, because this is the head, all we have left is the head bolts, and underneath that is the head gasket. We're so close. So these black bolts here, of course, you can see, we're going to be moving those, and we're going for the outside in. So I'll do the left side first, and then the right side, and then these next ones in, next ones, and then the center. And that is going to be got this on Amazon, I think it was 30 bucks, 39. Hopefully I have a screenshot or something. This is this. It's not in there. Where'd I put it? Oh. But yeah, I got this. So those bolts are M12. I think this is a triple square. I think that's what it says there, triple square. Yeah. Bless you. Alright, so M12. Here we go. Good luck. Okay, driver. M12 bit. Going from the outside in. So I'm going to do this one first. This one here. Okay, seem better. Put this one here. Make sure I'm locked in there. Okay, I'm doing like a couple breaks, a lot of snapping, a lot of disgusting noises. It's making me think that it's turning the wrong way. So I'm going to break the ones on the far end just a little bit. Try to keep this somewhat balanced. Alright, my camera battery died. I feel like in the most important spot. So here we are on my phone. Alright, so like I said, I don't even know if it recorded the footage, but we're going from the outside bolts and we're going inwards. So I broke these a little bit. I'm trying to keep the tension even behind these. So I was using my tube from my jack to give me leverage on this. You could use a breaker bar, but so I'm trying to keep that tension to feel the same as we approach the middle. Now these bolts, there's a washer underneath them. Let me undo it a little more. There's washers underneath these head bolts. Now, so you have to be careful when you're pulling those out, like not to lose them. So there's a little washer here, and it's not being picked up by a magnet. A little washer at the bottom of each one of those. So make sure you keep track of those. Now, if you're using a magnet to pull up the washer, that's fine, but be careful because these little valve covers, these little valve caps will come off with it, and you don't want those to come off. Luckily, that one's not coming off, but see, popped off. Careful with those. You don't want to lose those. Keep those on there. All right, we're so close to removing the head. Now we just gotta disconnect this fuel line, which is over here, driver's side. Yours might not have, oops, I just dropped my screwdriver down into the abyss. Yours might not have this little cover here, which I'll show you right now, but to get this cover off, I just wanna unclip it here. This little white door will swing open towards the cabin. See, like that. And then you can either just pull it off. Pull it out of the way. Keep it somewhere safe. And now the fuel rail will have these little yellow buttons on each side. So one's on this side and one's on this side. So you're just gonna press those two and then pull up. Once you press it, pull up. Try not to leak fuel too much. You don't want fuel around. Combustible. Yeah. And that's how you take the fuel line off. All right, so I'm gonna use the spark plugs tubes as somewhere to grab. I'll take some of the oil off. Give me some grip. You might have to pry it up with the screwdriver. We'll see, probably. Yeah, I have to pry it up. All right, it's time to pull this head. So I'm gonna first pry it up. Like I said, it'd be nice to get a nice pry bar. I'm gonna try using this wrench here, and then using it, leverage here. I can bend in my wrench. All right, I found this pickle fork. Maybe I can make use of it here. Maybe. It's coming up on the left side. Oh, you know what? It might be the exhaust manifold still holding on. Okay, so the exhaust manifold is holding on, but I think there's another bolt with a little wire harness right underneath this coolant tube. there. So I'm gonna undo that, see if that frees it. Undoing that bolt, it's a 12 millimeter. I'm using a little ratchet on it, a ratchet wrench. Where's my hand? Okay. Focus camera. This might be it. I hope so. Just feels like something's holding on pretty good on this side. All right, let's try this again. Exhaust manifold still being stupid. Oh, there we go. All right, we got it. Pull this up. Set it back down because you don't have the strength right now. Okay. Got a date here, 4/18/12. That might mean this was already done 5 years ago, which that'd be crazy. Is that 5 years? Bad math, 7 years. But yeah, there's our head. Let's come look over here. There's the light. Get another light. Here we are. Our head gasket. We did it. If you made it this far on your job, good job. I know we're only halfway done because we have to reassemble, but it's a big job. I've never been this far before myself. So there's our tube there, full of coolant. Let's pull this little gasket off. Just slid it off really easy right there. Let's bring it over here to the light. Zoom out. So yeah, look at that. It's exactly what I was thinking. This little piece, you set it down. That little piece of black missing was firing or letting coolant go into cylinder 1, and then coolant also going in cylinder 2, which we had a code on cylinder 1 and 2, which that makes sense. There's the gap. And I don't have gaps on these yet. They're thin, but that was our problem child right there. This gasket. It's on the underneath side. All right, I'm testing the seals on the valves. So I put some water in here. There's water in each one of these. Apparently that's the thinnest liquid. So if there's any water, I don't see any bubbles coming up, which is a good sign. So that probably means our valves are good. But I'm gonna let it sit here might even let it sit here overnight to see if these go down at all. But it's looking like they're pretty good. Put the spark plugs back in. That way you can have a seal. If not, there was a hole at the bottom. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. So it looks like there was no damage to the valves. So I think we're good. Like, it never overheated. It was just starting, so I think we caught it early because there wasn't even coolant in the oil. Yeah, valves look good. All right, I'm gonna clean this down. Clean the mating surface. I have to scrape some of this off, but Now this was the weird thing about my engine. So every time you see the head gasket videos, it says the one that had the leak in it is the cleanest because it kind of steam cleans. But my leak was majority in 1 and a little bit in 2. And that one's actually really gunky, sticky. So I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess there's not as much carbon buildup and just stickiness versus these ones. Yeah, that's a confusing thing I'm not sure about. All right, so I think this is clean, so I'm gonna get it here. I did find it interesting. Remember when I said most people online, like the expert mechanics, will say you'll know which one has a head gasket leak because it'll be steam clean and shiny like that. Now I can actually see the difference. Get a better light here. So after I clean the gunk off of this one, it is cleaner. It is much cleaner. And I can't get much more of that carbon off unless I use some other type of solvents for that. But yeah, that one is cleaner, that had the most in it. And then this one had a little bit, so it is a slightly cleaner than these two. Just interesting to see the difference. And these little like spots right here, I'm using 2000 grit sandpaper, a little bit of water on it, and this is where my expertise ends. I don't want to cause too much change in the head, but I want a clean mating surface. I'm just doing this a little bit, probably not going to do more than that. Don't want to change the shape too much. This probably isn't even enough to change it, but kind of scared just to get some off. All right, I think it's as clean as I want to get it. Like I said, the little bit of sandpaper, I just barely touched it in some spots. Probably didn't even have to, but clean this surface, fresh rag. Now we're gonna check if it's flat. So, feeler gauge. Need to recheck the specs, but I'm pretty sure it was 0.05 millimeter. So, see if I can hold the camera while checking this. Doesn't slide. We're doing this to check if there's any warpage. Seems good. This straight edge is a little long. Probably a foot straight edge would work great, and this is a 2 foot. I'm trying to hold this all here. Okay, looks good. Sorry, I'm not giving you the best angle. I'm checking all along it. I'm holding the phone, I'm pressing down the square at this straight edge. I'm trying to see if there's any gaps. And then you can do one straight across or diagonal.
good. I'll do it on this diagonal. Looks good. Check one more intake valves. All right, head looks good. I'm gonna do that the same to the block and check that. We never ran low on coolant and we never overheated, so I was pretty sure this wasn't gonna have any warpage to it, but I'm in here, might as well check. Make sure it's flat. It's looking good. I'll check more. All right, got a couple parts so I can start reassembling this thing. So, got the head clean, the block cleaned. Now I got to put the gasket on. This is recommended by Gasket Masters. Those guys are awesome. I don't know. Every time I see their video, I feel like their skill is self-evident. But they change like 20 head gaskets a week on these Priuses, so I feel like they know what they're talking about. They suggest Felpro, and also I think they do like a 3-year warranty, which is pretty good. It's better than a lot of shops. But yeah, HS26515 PT1. This is the kit. So let's open this up, see what this looks like. All right, we got all our gaskets. Got a little baggie here. And then I had to order 2 more that apparently are not part of this kit. There's a guy who did the review. If you're watching this, dude, like, you're a hero. You probably saved so many people so much time. He basically said there's 2 gaskets that don't go with this, and hopefully I'll show them. Probably will. That you also need. So we got all these. What's this? This looks like a head or a valve cover gasket. I'm guessing here's some spark plug. And it was like bonded together. There's no way it's supposed to be that thick. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Spark plug tubes. Looks like the exhaust manifold. This thing looks delicate. Looks different from mine, which is a metal one. This one's like a little steel or whatever sandwich. This one might be 2, but it has a covering. It feels brittle compared to that. And then you got the gasket underneath. Let's keep it there for now because I'm not gonna put it on this moment, but there it is. We got the blue one. Apparently they come blue or black. It's like a variation in them. There's no documentation. Premium valve, stem seals. I don't even know if I can get to the seals. We'll see. Yeah. Cool. I like the blue. All right, let's do it. This is what it's all about. Let's pull this out. Look at that. So, just set it here, line it up. There's a little pin on the left side. I feel like either the Gasket Pro, he had another pin on this side. I wonder if it's at the bottom of the head. Got the, oh yeah, it is. I wonder if this like comes out. Maybe not, but I'll have to make sure that's aligned. There we go. And Gasket Master said, don't worry if it doesn't sit flat. See, it's kind of like bendy. It's supposed to be like that. You don't need to make any modifications. All right. And we're done. That's it. That's all you needed. Just that little thing. Wouldn't it be nice if I just snap my fingers and it's all put together? All right, let's see what's next. Okay, so like I said, amateur mechanic here. So I'm gonna just go around this, make sure all the gaskets that came in the kit, like I'm gonna check if those two need to be replaced. I'm gonna clean up these exhaust head where the gasket sits here, just clean this up a little bit. Just want these as flat as I can get them. But yeah, I'm gonna look all around the head just to see, take account of the gaskets. Okay, a little tip or something when you flip this over, because I flipped it over to check the valve seals with the water. These little bullet kind of shaped things come out of these holes. So just be aware of that. I think they're called valve lash adjusters. Not exactly sure. But I was kind of like wiping them up, and then I got paranoid because I don't know exactly what they do, and they're kind of coated in oil. So what I'm gonna do is just soak them in some fresh oil. Just let them sit there for now because I don't understand them, and they have a hole in them, and they're soaking in oil, and I figure they're soaking in oil in here, so I might as well put them in some oil while I'm cleaning. These look like 44 magnums over here. But yeah, for any of the engine rebuilders out there, I don't know if this is the right thing, but it can't be wrong. I don't know. I'd be surprised if it was wrong, just because this is not swimming in oil, but there's a lot of oil going on in here when the engine's running. So I figure some clean oils, let them be in that. And also I might have got them wet when doing that test, and I got paranoid, so I'm gonna keep them in there. I'm just cleaning the spots where the HeadBolts washers go, just so they seat well, since they have a torque spec and everything. But yeah, just clean those off, and just like little wipes in between. If you're doing this, watch out for these reminder, these little valve caps. Easy to fall off, easy to lose. Now I'm cleaning this. I could clean this in the engine bay, but since it's out, might as well. So I'm kind of just scraping off this old sealer here, and just anything that looks like obvious to take off. All right, another tip. So it's funny, Gasket Masters recommends this. Merv's Secrets suggests this. Well, he doesn't suggest this, but it's basically it. So there is on the head. What is on the bottom of this? Oh my God, it's like dissolving the plastic. Oh, shit. Little tip, there's a stud here. This little stud. My pinky is pointing at it. You're gonna remove that, and because it's pretty much, why is it's excessive? It's to the EGR cooler, and it's funny because I already cut off the bracket before when I cleaned this. That bracket just makes everything so difficult, and it's like overkill for this thing. It has mounting point there, has two in the back, has another one there. It's just crazy. It's overkill. It makes it so difficult to take out, especially when you want to clean it. So you can cut that bracket off the EGR cooler and remove this stud. So I don't have that torque, so I'm going to use a little 6mm kind of keep it at an angle. I don't know if I can do this with my phone. Go. All right, we got that son of a gun out right there. All right, getting tired over here, but I'm looking for online for these. So if I find these, because I want to replace them, I'm in here. Might as well replace these O-rings. Yeah, I'll show you if I find them. So there's two there. And then there's one right. So if you have a bungee cable or some kind of something to mount this up here, keep this thing out of the way. This is gonna be your biggest problem here. Just make things clear. Don't forget your exhaust manifold gasket. That there. All right, see if we can do this. This tank fuel thing keeps getting in the way. I might take it off. We'll see. Okay. Almost there. Something's not aligned. Don't want to jostle it around too much. Just want it to fit in there. All right, attempt 3. Don't like putting on and off and on and off. You got to make sure it's lined up. Make sure these pins are lined when you flatten it. Alright, here's the old head bolts. You can technically reuse these. You just have to measure how much they've stretched, make sure they're to spec, and you have to also make sure there's no deformity in any of the threads. But I'm not even going to mess around with that, but that can be done. So I got a new box. Also from Felpro. I couldn't see any recommendations against Felpro. So that's, hopefully they're good. Just figure we're using their gasket, and their gasket's highly recommended. Oh, nice. This came with, this also came with washers. I wasn't sure if they did. They didn't show when I bought them. So I was going to reuse the washers off here, which I wasn't happy about, but we don't have to now. If you're curious what box this is, I'm doing the, there it is there. You can take a pause the screen if you want to see that. So I'm going to put these washers on. Let's put them on each one of these head bolts. So, seeing that it's recommended to grease these up, these head bolts, before putting them in. That way you can get a true torque measurement on them. I got some brand new, you don't have to have brand new, but just multi-vehicle, high temperature red grease. Just gonna grease them up a bit. Probably just gonna use what's on top of this. Never sure how much grease to put on. I'm just gonna
Grease it up.
All right, I got these greased up. I tried to take off some excess. I might have went a little crazy with the grease, but I think it still should be okay. But just wanted visual. Only time will tell if I do this repair correct. Like I said, it's my first time doing this kind of repair. Yeah, amateur mechanic. Just wanted to show you guys that you could do it too. If I did it, you guys can do it too. Because I'm not the brightest dude. May appear to be bright at some points, but I don't know. Pretty average. Yeah, so I'm going to put these in. We're just going to be setting them in first. And then we'll probably speed along with the tool just to get them seated on there. And then we'll torque them up. I'm wondering, we'll see if I cut this, but wondering if I'll slow the pace of the video down now just to this, because it's a big job for someone who's never gone this far. I think I've done everything else on a car. I've never rebuilt an engine, which I guess I got a little taste of it here. Not full rebuild, but at least seeing the components and handling them. Okay, so I'm just gonna make sure we're not cross-threading or anything. Needs to go in. There's a lot of threads on them. I'll try to keep the tension similar though. Won't get them all the way down, so we'll do kind of eyeball it at this stage. Now I'm doing, so there's middle bolts, and then there's a pair of 2 on each side. I'm doing these, and then I'm doing a crisscross, and then cross, kind of like a cross pattern, just to keep that. Like I said, I'm not fully tensioning them right now. Just kind of just speeding them along. Getting them down in here. Now you might be able to just use oil for these. I use the grease just because I like those head gasket or gasket masters guys. They're awesome. So far, it's, I know there's like a few of them there, but there's definitely a main dude. He's rocking it. Inspiring. Starting to feel the burn. Forearm burn. Now you may notice these two as I'm doing this, little O-rings. I haven't replaced those yet. I ordered the part. This part will be exposed for a while as I'm putting this together. So maybe by the time those come in, I can replace them before I put the timing chain cover on. All right, now we're gonna torque those down. Now I did put a drop of oil underneath each of the heads of the bolts, just because I found a page of the service manual and it said to do that. So I undid those like a tiny bit, put a drop of oil under them. And now we're gonna torque these down starting in the middle. And I'll put a diagram on TV, or on the video, but it's essentially this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got a torque wrench. I have it set to 36 foot-pounds. Like I said, we're gonna start here, the middle one at the bottom. I'm gonna torque that up. Now, depending on your torque wrench, you go till it clicks, go to the dials the right spot, or it beeps right there. I'll do this one. So on this one, it beeps. It like warns you when it's getting close, and it does like a long beep. I also have like a little green LED, and then it turns red once you hit it. Okay, up here. Five. 6 here. Oh, my torque wrench turned off. That's not good. Make sure be mindful of that. I might have torqued that a little beyond. It wasn't much. I wasn't putting out force. But I don't know why my torque wrench turned off. I've had this for a while, so it's possible. For probably almost it feels like maybe a decade. So maybe the battery needs to be replaced. Oh, sorry, I bumped the camera. Oh. Keep bumping the camera with the handle. All right, that's the last one. Double check this one here real quick. Okay. All right, now all torqued to 36 foot-pounds. Now the service manual says to now go do one 90-degree turn on each bolt. And then after that, once all that is done, you're gonna do 45 degrees again on each bolt. And I just realized as I was filming this, I dropped a little valve cap. Glad it's in there and not in the engine bay. Keep those on there. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, just in case I lose track, because I have a really short-term memory, I'm gonna put this is just a marker, mark at the 12 o'clock point on the bolts. And then I'm going to turn it to 3 o'clock. That way we can keep track of it, which ones we've turned. This is just a gold Sharpie I found. Whatever, be able to mark it. Mark all these. Hopefully you can see that. I feel like my camera work has been dropping. All right, and now you're gonna do that same pattern as last time, starting with the middle. Now, if you have enough room to get this exactly 90, and then turn it 90, I guess I can start here. I'm gonna turn it 90. Go a little more. Looking at my mark. Looks good. And now, next one. This one, it's good to have the mark because these spark plug tubes kind of get in the way. But maybe I could do it. 3 is right here. We might need some more leverage for this. So longer breaker bar. Right, using my Jack's tube to extend my leverage on here. Remember, we're just doing 90 degrees. Okay. And number 4 is up here. Make sure your marks are clear. That one was not as clear. You can barely see that one. Okay. A little more on that one. Okay. Now we're doing 6, so this one. 90. 7. The corner, up this corner. Okay, there's a little bit of parallax going on here. It's not too crazy. Okay, the final corner. All right. So now all those markings are at the 3 o'clock position. Okay. Okay, I had to change the angle because it said my phone was getting too hot. I think it's because of the light, the halogen lights are burning it up. So, grab your... So now we're gonna go through all the, you can even see it on the camera, I have my little numbers here to remind me. Now you're gonna go through all of them again, but this time you're gonna, instead of 90, you're going half that distance, so 45. So, you're gonna move that mark, not full 90, or 45, halfway. So start with this one. This one, did you see anything good? Okay. Okay, right here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, 45, 90, just do 45 degrees. Just match it. So I think mark is good. Okay. 3. 4. 5. 6. Now quarter. 7. 8. 9. So I want 45 degrees. 10 quarter. Okay, that's not this one. Whatever, it's cool. All right, now let's do the exhaust manifold. So I'm gonna get my bolts, my little shroud. Set that there. So it's gonna be five nuts on the manifold here that you removed, and then there's a big 14 millimeter which was on that bracket back there. Also, remember, be mindful of your manifold gasket, which I can't see it, but gotta make sure it's there. Which I was there. Yeah, you can see it. It's hard to see, but it's there. All right, exhaust manifold's on. Now I'm just gonna put this little shroud on. It's the 3 12 millimeter bolts. So put that on, bolt it. Now, sorry I didn't put the exhaust manifold to go on. It's pretty straightforward, nothing crazy. Maybe a tip, not sure. I put in the nuts first and then the 14 mil, and I still had to like finagle this to get it in. I had to like move it forward, up a little bit. Maybe do the 14 mil first and then these, I'm not sure. If you end up doing that and that is easy, feel free to drop it down in the comments. But now the shroud. Thread these in with my hands. These ones are kind of rusted. I don't even know if you can see where my hands are. I probably can't. Apologies. Right here. Yeah, these bolts are a bit rusted for me, so I might clean this one and clean the threads. It's like not going in nicely. Let me do that. So I did clean that out. I think I don't know how I cleaned it out. I sprayed some parts cleaner in there, and then I blew it out, and then I put a little WD-40. Not WD-40 is usually brake nuts, but it was really not going in, and I don't think I was tough doing it. I think it was rusting, there was debris in it. So, you know, elbow for that final one. Down. All right, so you may not have to do this, but I figured I'd just clean these up a bit. These are the little rockers. So I'm going to spray some parts cleaner or some brake parts cleaner, and then just wipe them down a bit, and then I'm going to soak them in oil like I did with these lashers here. All right, so these are like cleaned up a bit. I'm gonna put them in this. So I'm not sure, there's probably oil in these bearings. I don't want them to dry out too much from the brake cleaner. So I'm gonna put them in this oil with the lashers. I need to put more oil in there. Because this stuff's, there's always oil running around inside the engine. So oil's good for parts. And that's new oil, by the way. It's not used oil. All right, now we're gonna put these lashers in. I made this pretty messy because these are all oiled up, but engine work maybe has to be messy, I'm not sure. I'm making sure these can like move up and down easily. There's actually like a little ball mechanism inside these that you can bleed these out. I don't have that tool. That's why I just did a quick clean on them. Okay. Now with all those in there, make sure put a little bit of oil on top of. Make sure all your little valve cap stems are here. Again, I know I keep mentioning those; they're just easy to lose. Put a little oil on top of each one of those because you're gonna have metal on metal contact with the rocker arms, and when you have metal on metal contact, you want oil there. Okay, now I'll put these on. Make sure they're flat, not angled. See that little shine job? Made these look pretty nice. Just like a quick little clean. Kind of like magic in here, isn't it? It's like a mystery. Stuff's kind of just sitting on top of stuff, not fastened, just machined properly. Physics. All right, so reading all the comments and not on my videos. I don't have comments on my videos. All the forums, so many Reddit posts, random reviews. A lot of people suggest replacing the water pump, and then some people say don't, that's a waste of money. So I've decided we're going to take this apart before I order one and see if there's any damage in there. I figure that's the best way to go for it. So what we're going to do is pull this little impeller out. A lot of people just say like it goes out, so we're going to little O-ring on here. Try not to damage it. Yeah, you don't need pliers. I know I just brought pliers up to that, but I didn't touch it. I figured pliers would probably gum this up. Now, plastic pry tool, maybe. Okay. Pulled off that little O-ring. Set that there. There's a little washer. Looks like it can only go on one way. Alright, let's pull this out. There's some resistance. It feels like suction or magnetic. It's probably magnetic, but it could be suction. Okay, here we go. Now, bad ones. This little plastic bit could be just like cracked, falling off. But this actually looks good. I think it's a pretty simple mechanism. It's just an electric motor, really. Maybe I'll wipe in here with the clean rag, but yeah, this is a little magnet. Whoa, sucked in there. But yeah, there's some resistance, but I mean, the bearing feels smooth. The resistance feels it's from the magnet, which is good. And I think we're good. Our valve kit, our head gasket kit came with a water pump gasket, so we'll replace that. I think we're good. I'm gonna leave that off. I'm just gonna wipe it with the clean rag and then reassemble. All right, now we're prepping for the camshaft assembly to go back on. Just verify this, there's no oil on it, and make sure to get all the previous gasket off as much as you can. Whoop. Don't knock off your rocker arms like I just did. Alright, did another little scrape with the razor blade. So I'm gonna try using this Pro Seal from Harbor Freight, but it's a black RTV silicone instant gasket. Let's give this a go. So we're gonna apply this. We're gonna keep this edge free. You can come up to the edge. You can have even like a pretty thick bead coming up to it, but you don't need to do the rest of this edge. So you're gonna go around. You're gonna go around on the outside of the thread holes. Make sure not to cover there's like right below the threads, those are oil channels. Don't want those covered. So I'm gonna go around the thread holes, all the way around, and then end up here. Generally thicker here. I'll show a picture from the service manual that I found. Where to put that there? All right, here we go. I don't know why this always stresses me out putting sealer, but see how we do. And some people spread it. I'm not actually sure. Like, I have no idea. Spreading might be fine. Probably is fine, to be honest. And this is going to make our little gasket. You want this to be continuous. all the way around. I had to lift there because I need to get a better angle. Come back on it. I'm all shaky on this side. If you get it in the thread hole, don't fret too much. It's okay. But you don't want it in those oil channel holes. I was having a good bead on the other side. This side's a little messier. Okay, and once this goes, you gotta kinda act fast because this stuff seals hardens up pretty quick. I'm just verifying that we're continuous everywhere. If I see like a little gap, I'm gonna spread it on there. That looks pretty good. Might put a little more right here. Just a tad. Okay. Here. Side up here. Just doing some I see little weak point spots that I was loose on. Okay. That should be good. First time doing this, but remember to clean the bottom of this cam assembly as well, because I just remembered right after I put the gasket maker on, and I was rushing to clean it. Okay. It's kind of hard to align. Stupid wiring harness. Right. I think we're on. Now it doesn't sit. It moves, as you can tell. It like rocks like this. Supposed to do that, apparently. So don't worry too much. All right, like I said, time is the essence here. So don't be like me, have everything ready beforehand, but so we're just gonna put all these down. There is an order. And I'll put it, but for now, since we're going quick, see if I can do this order. Oh, the center one first. So I'm not torquing them or anything, I'm just putting them down. So then this one. Oh, 10 that one. And that 4 is the next middle one. And that 5, right above that. And that 6 is right below. And then this middle one. And then above. This torque, I'm not putting out torque on. I know it sounds like it is, but it's a battery's dead and everything. So 9, and then 10, this middle one here. 12. And we'll torque these down too. 13 is this one right here. 14 is this top one. 15 here. 16 is this middle one right there. 17 is this hidden one down below. Okay. 17. Now, if you mess up, don't worry too much. We can always just pick it back up and reapply the sealer. Just seeing how this looks here. Kind of have like a small gap on this side. Hoping that'll close up once I torque these. All right, now that that's all put down, now we're going to tighten the bolts. Same pattern as before. I'll show a shot on the screen, but here's the page of the service manual that I'm referencing. And I'm going to be torquing them down. Now the service manual says 20 foot-pounds, and then I see a lot of videos saying 22. So I'm actually just going to split the difference, and I'm going to do 21 foot-pounds. One more foot-pound. All right, so first, so the center one here. Okay, and then go up. Get down here. All right, that's torqued. Good job. Good job. All right, now that that's torqued, clean off the excess gasket maker that squeezed out the sides. There's one there, and then you got this whole dirty line here. You can kind of see it, the black ooze coming out. Yeah, just swipe that excess off. You should probably use something better than your hand. All right, I feel like the quality of the video is dropping the further I get into this repair. But now we're going to put the chain guide back on. So we're on the timing chain side. And let's see if we can kind of remember where this went here. Sorry, my hand's in the way. I wish my hand was transparent. You can just see through it, but okay, there. So I'm putting the chain guide on. I gotta put the bottom bolt on too. I don't know why this wiring harness is right there. But and then get the second bolt, and you're gonna put it on right there. Let me get that second bolt. All right, now for the timing chain. That's the part where we gotta get this right. If you don't get your timing chain right, stuff will turn when it's not supposed to turn. Rods will bend, valve stems will bend, everything could bend, and the motor's busted. So pay attention. So on the right side, we'll put the chain on first, but I want to take note of things before I put it on. See, on this right sprocket here, there's a line. See this, there's a thick line here, doesn't go to the other side. Line here, and then there's an extra notch there. Keep note of that. That's where we're gonna be putting the double painted part of the timing chain. So we're gonna line it up with that bit right there. Now, on this one, there is a thick line. It looks like an I, but it's thick, but not to confuse it with this one or L, not that one, this thick I. And this one has a blue mark on it. I've seen other engines that have it, but just in case yours doesn't, it's like a thicker I. So not that E, not that dot, this thick I, keep note of that one. That's where we're gonna be putting the other singular painted piece of the timing chain on. And then down below, you're gonna keep note. Come on, light. Work with me. Work with me, light. So, on this bottom sprocket, not this one, we didn't take the chain off this side's still there. This one right here, where the harmonic balancer goes, there is a dot. And we're also gonna be, so make note of that, because we're also gonna align the chain with that dot. So we're gonna turn everything we need to turn, this bottom sprocket, or these top two to line up to make sure everything's good. So let's put that chain on. All right, now time for the chain. So the chain has these painted links on it. So this is the back side. There's no painted. The front side has these orange painted links. Now, from what I've heard, it makes sense to me, you only replace, these timing chains are meant for the life of the vehicle. Unlike belts, where you need to replace them more often, chains were meant to go, I don't know the exact rating, but I feel like I've heard chains going at least like 300,000 miles. But this paint on it, if this paint is gone, that means the engine is heated up too much, and this paint has like basically evaporated away, worn away. And then meaning this chain in that heat stress would have stretched. Then you would need to replace your timing chain. So if you don't see this paint on it, or if it's barely there, if it's on the edge, that might be worth just replacing. But since this one has the paint, we're gonna use the same one. So now, put it on. Now remember those notches I mentioned? Like this one, the singular, goes on that thick eye, not the skinny eye, thick eye. So place that right on there. And then the one on this side, on the right one, we want it to line up with that one that goes through. So I'm gonna turn it, see if I can by hand. If not, I might need my tool. I'm gonna have to turn it. We're close to it, but I don't think it matters clockwise, counterclockwise. If my engine blows up, I'll let you know. So we're trying to line that up. Like right there. So you want that line in between the two. Like that. Line in between the two. All right, now we go down below. And then we're gonna put on the sprocket here. Now we're gonna need to turn it because we need it. Yeah. Might need to get the bolt because I can't get the strength to turn it. So I'm going to put the harmonic balancer back on just so I can rotate it. But we're going to put that painted bit on the dot there. 1 second. Okay, so I'm turning this more. I thought I could turn it the harmonic balancer, but I think since we sealed it, the resistance is like so much. So I put the bolt back on, and it's still a lot. I don't understand why, but I just need to do it like a tiny bit counterclockwise. I don't know if you can even see it on here, the dot that I'm trying to align. Do you? Come on, camera. Can't tell if you can see it, but there's a recording button in my way on the viewfinder. I just need to move it by like 1 pint counterclockwise. And I think it's okay to turn the engine counterclockwise when it's not all connected. But once we connect this, then you don't want to do counterclockwise. I could be totally wrong. I hope not. But I'm going to turn it It's basically like one little tick counterclockwise. I've always heard you always need counterclockwise, but clockwise. I'm going to turn the engine a tiny bit counterclockwise just so I can align that final. Oh, I might be able to zoom in here. So how close I am. Maybe not. Maybe there we go. See that? There's the little dot there, not the blue dot, the one. There's like two blue dots, but the tiny little dot on the sprocket. I just got to move it a tiny bit counterclockwise. I feel like that's fine. All right, we got it. So we got the painted part lined up with that little dot. Could probably turn it a little bit, but we'll see here. Cool. So got the double with the notch that reaches back. We got the single with the thick eye, and then we got the other painted with the dot. So we should be timed once this is tensioned and turned. Should be good. I just realized while I was down here, I saw all this old gasket, so I'm going to scrape this off. So we got to prep these surfaces for put the cover back on. I think it lines inside the cover inside the time area. Keep that there. Remove it. I'll clean this up. I'll clean the other side up. Cover. And I'll prep it. Put it back. All right, now I'm just wiping the surface. I sprayed a rag down a corner, get it wet with brake cleaner, because those gasket sealers don't like oil when they're trying to set. We want that surface clean as we can get it to give that sealant its best chance to seal. All right, we're back on the timing chain side. So I'm going to put this bracket back in here. Just want to be careful of the chain. I don't want it to jump while you're putting this arm back on. Oh my God, move the camera. So all right, now for the ungodly EGR. So here's our EGR. Sits on the car in that orientation. This is the valve up front, and then this section is the cooler, and then underneath is the bracket from hell. Like I said, I cut that off, and then I also pulled out the what's it called, the stud from the engine bay, because you don't need that. You can, now this makes it where you can clean it much easier. So, but you probably should clean these maybe about every 50,000 miles. Now the Toyota Car Care Net guy said that Toyota has an update, Lexus, for the EGR valve. So I'm going to see if I can get that. I don't know how to do that DIY. I looked it up, not sure. I went to school for computer science, but not much hacking in the undergraduate computer science. Get like a small basis of how to, but when I mean small, like 7 minutes. It's more cybersecurity if I want to go in there. But so let's take this apart, and we're gonna clean this because it's pretty simple. And I think if we can see everywhere where we want to clean, I think that's gonna be better than replacing it. Because this can be this is like $500, this part. That's crazy. It's like a PS5 Pro. Or a nice like budget gaming PC. So yeah, we'll take it apart and I'll show you what's going on in here. Alright, first let's just take this valve off, kind of see what's going on. This is a 12mm deep socket. There's 2 bolts, one there, one there. you go. Separated. Got your EGR cooler. And then you got the part that Sebulba breaks off Anakin's pod racer. Alright. Here's a little gasket here. There is a lip on it. And it's kind of, what's the word? Convex? Or concave. Either way, the flow of it looks like it's flowing towards the valve. And that's how you're going to have the gasket, towards the valve. Small little nuance. And here's our EGR. So I've cleaned this out before. And doesn't look too bad, honestly. It's like a little carboned, but we'll clean it out some more. Now I'm going to take off this little down pipe here, just so we can get this fully disassembled. I think that's a 10 millimeter. Another 10 right here. As you saw, a little gasket slid out of there. Now this gasket also looks like it has like a small nuance here. The flow of it looks like it's headed, I'm just going to call it the flow, but the direction of the gasket is impressed towards this downpipe. So when reassembling it, that gasket's going down into this. All right. Now that's not too, it's just a pipe there. If I get a, see if I can get that, you can see the back there. That's not clogged, it has a little bit of carbon in there. That looks good. Here's our valve here, and we can see in there. Still not too bad. Spray this. I'll probably use a brush on there. And that's already looking cleaner. Alright, we're back with the EGR cooler. I'm going to try blowing it out first. If you have compressed air, that'll probably do a good job, but I have this little turbo fan, which is cool. It's not, it's pretty powerful, but just to get initial stuff out of it. Some came out, not too much. Get the light on this thing. Like, it's dirty in there, so might as well try to clean it. It's the other side. It's not completely clogged. If I shine the light through it, you can see it has some channels. Let's soak this in oven cleaner. That's what I'm going to do. But you could cork these ends up, put oven cleaner in and cork them up, maybe even shake them, give them some agitation. Now I'm going to spray this first with brake cleaner, and then maybe I'm just going to go to Home Depot and maybe find some corks to cork this up, and then put oven cleaner in it and just let it sit. Since I'm waiting for a new intake manifold and some other parts, might as well just let it sit
while we're waiting for those parts. But let's try this first, see how much comes out of it. This is what's coming out of it. There is some chunks in there, little chunks, so if little chunks break up, that can cause a clog. Now I know some YouTubers say, or even some mechanics say, that's pointless to clean this out because it's just exhaust gas in there. But there is buildup of carbon in there. So, and this is like a $300 to $1,000 part, depending where you get this from. I think it's worth trying to clean it out, and I think you can clean it out. So we're going to continue cleaning it, and just seeing carbon little deposits come out that's enough evidence for me to clean that up, because you don't want it to gunk up the valve. Can't get it off, so I just corked up this side. So now I'm gonna pour some, spray some in here. If you can get this cap off, you can just pour it in here. But it fills up pretty quick, you know, it's not too many sprays. What I'm going to do, so I'm going to cork it, kind of shake it, pour a little out. Look at that, it's like mocha. Now you just have to cork the two ends here. These corks are for the these are just for the coolant, which I'm guessing there's a jacket around the inner cooler. So this piece is surrounded by coolant cooling it down. And I'm guessing even maybe those little fins inside too. So let's see here. That's pretty black already. Shake it. You put it down. What do I do? Okay. Now I've already shown a little bit of cleaning of this, but brake parts cleaner. Spray in there. You can also spray it on here. On a rag. Clean it up. Down the carbon out of there. Now there's a pipe here you can also clean up. Spray in there. Get a circular brush and put it in there. Put one of these. Just careful not to damage the valve that's in there. You can see. Be careful about that. And then this little tube that connects to it, you can clean that out too. And then you also have this part, which I kept in my little EGR Ziploc baggie. Clean this one out.
I cleaned these up. So here's the valve. It's looking pretty good. And I cleaned the little hole in there too. Cleaned up this little tube. I cleaned up this little downpipe. And then I did the cooler, which soaked in the oven cleaner a lot for a night or two, because while I was waiting for parts. And then, like I said, I used a guitar string to like clear out the little carbon buildup there. Now it seems like once I used the oven cleaner, it loosened up a lot of the like exhaust flakes, which that seemed like it blocked some of those ports. So if you're gonna, I would say if you're gonna clean this, one, I don't have an air compressor. Maybe you can really blow it out once you loosen those. But I would say if you're gonna clean this, just thoroughly clean it. Go for it. Don't half-ass it, I guess, just because you don't want to like loosen up the exhaust bits and then now they're in there. The guitar string in the end cleared out the channels. So I'm gonna reassemble this. All right, so we're putting this back together. I am putting this gasket on. I'm not sure which way it goes. This came with the Felpro kit for the EGR. It was surprising it came with the EGR thing. This one's more flat on the backside. This one's more puffy. I'm not sure which way it goes. I'm doing puffy side up, but we'll see the difference in that. Now the next gasket was this one that came off it, and I could probably reuse this. I wasn't 100% sure which way it went, so I had to look back at my footage. So this one also kind of has a puffier, like flat side, a puffier on top. But this is how I put it. You can look at it carefully. That's how it came out. So got this angle on this side going up down that downpipe there. So that's how I'm putting that gasket on. And how this goes on here, the orientation, the gasket on it. And then you put your, I think they're 10 millimeter, they might be 12. Nuts on there. Yeah, those are 12 millimeter nuts. Now the next gasket, which attaches to the valve to this downpipe, I'm doing it with the flare on it. I'm reusing this one because the Felpro didn't come with it. It came with this little guy, but I'm pretty sure that goes on that one because that matches this gasket here with the little clips. So, but this one, put there, attach this downpipe. Right, and now I'm putting on this other gasket that came with the Felpro kit. Put on this little pipe here. I don't think it matters which way I put the pipe. I put the puffy part towards the pipe facing down. Like normally this is the gasket that's replacing, and this goes on it hugging towards the EGR valve. But the other one's just flat and then puffy on one side, so just give that a go. So putting this gasket on here. Two 10 millimeter bolts. And here we go. Here's our EGR put back together. All the gaskets on it, the new ones that came, and then reused the one that didn't. put this in. Don't forget to put your exhaust one on the back. Not sure which way it goes. I don't know if it matters. And then we'll install this. All right, got these hoses and electrical thing clamped back on. But if you were like me, remember to replace one. I took off this big part of the hose, so I got to reattach that onto that pipe there. If you're like me, make sure to remember there's a bolt in here. Remember to put that 12mm bolt. Focus camera, please. Right there. Remember to put that one that's connected to this pipe, and then underneath the pipe, I don't know if the camera will see it, but nope, I don't know. But underneath this pipe, remember there's another 12mm just near the opening of it, just below it. Coming in right side up. Set one of these nuts down. I just want to put a few threads on it, so it doesn't fall. Yeah, I might come from the passenger side. Put the other one on. 12mm nut. Thought this side would be easier, but might not be. But put that on. Good luck. Okay, so I put the two 12mm nuts on. I didn't tighten them yet. Don't tighten them yet, because you need some room to wiggle around this thing to put pipes on and stuff. And then I'll use a wrench to tighten it up. But, so we're gonna put this hose back on. And we'll put the clamp on. But we're gonna put that hose, this hose, if I can remember where I put that hose. So this guy here. It looks too small. Oh, it's right here. I remember I tucked it up in there, so need that hose. This dang fuel rail's been in my way the whole time. Or fuel line. Yeah, so you're gonna put on this hose, and then there's a hose down in the front. Put this guy back on here. And then there is a small hose here on the side. The small hose that comes off this pipe here that attaches there, you may have pulled it off with your intake. It's somewhere, but it's this guy here. I'm gonna wait till put it on till I get the intake on. That way you can see which way it goes, lines up better. All right, another day. Yeah, we're still just waiting on parts, so not too much updates with the car. Decided I'm gonna clean this valve cover. Started cleaning a little bit here. The tarnish isn't too crazy. You can see I'm kind of making marks. Just simple brake parts cleaner, spraying it on the rag. Don't want to get on these. I think I'm going to reuse these spark plug tubes. We weren't having any gaskets. Wasn't having any issues with them. They seem still fine. And I heard the Felpro, and I did measure them just now. The ones that came in the Felpro kit are just a tad too big for these. And luckily these aren't too bad to replace. This one's not. These aren't crazy. Just pop them in. I will be replacing this guy. I ordered that from Lexus. All right, finished cleaning this up. Yeah, I cleaned this up pretty good. There's still some like spots like underneath this thing. Can't really get under there, but I think that's pretty good. I even did a little cleanup on the top, just experimenting with some sandpaper and stuff. Okay, let's talk about these O-rings here. I'm getting a lot of info on these. So it's on the timing chain side. We looked at them before, glanced at them when we were looking at the head. So there's these two gaskets right here. I removed one, so I just had to really. Harbor Freight sells some like nice picks. You can probably just like pick them out. I had a really small flathead and gently pulled it out of there because I wanted to keep it intact. I left that one. They look the same size. And then there's another one. Yeah, right there. I pulled that one off too. So the Felpro kit, head gasket kit, came with a lot of gaskets. It came with these valve ones. I didn't want to disassemble the springs and the valves and do anything, so probably not going to use those. I just didn't feel like we needed to go that much into disassembly. Everything looked fine, but those are there. But then it has a little baggie of a bunch of random ones here. So this is the one I pulled out, right here. And it's flat, and it could be flat from the beginning, or it just got flattened over time. This one's flat too. This one's from the bottom, this one's from the top where there's two of them. So, and then these are the Felpro kit ones that came in the kit. This one looks like it only came with, I think it came with two of these. This one fits on, it looks like it fits. It's a pretty close fit. It's not flat like this one, but the width is pretty much, they're really close to the point where this one, I feel like it could be smashed down. Like I said, these could have been rounded off to begin with. Now, this one, so they have two of these that the kit came with. It looks like the same size of this. When I measure it with these calipers, so this is the inside of the one that we got. When I get it right, it's about like 13. If I get it right in the middle, it's about 13.5. Now these two that the Felpro kit came with, this one's kind of hard because they're more pliable, so they're stretchier. So I do like maybe like -2. That one's 14 I'd say 14.5 because I'm stretching a little bit. So 13.5, 14.5 the interior, and then the exterior, it is, I don't know, 19.6, 19. That one's like pretty close, like 19 point. That one's 19.0. So exterior wise, close. Interior, a little far, but that might be within its like tolerances. Now the kit also came with this other one. There's only one of these in here. This one is closer to what those two are, but there's only one. So yeah, that one's 13.7, but I was stretching it. 13.6. This one was 13.5, so that's the same interior. Exterior, 18. What was this one again? 18.9. So I don't know, none of them exactly fit. These are the Felpro ones, and there's only one of that one. That one's closer to that one. This one kind of lies in the middle. This one looks like it matches up. Like those two could probably replace. I don't know what these two are for yet. Or they meant to give two of these, and it's just a product, the mispackaged product. Darn it, my card on my camera got full. But I wanted it in mid-conversation. So, Gasket Maskers, he recommends this from Harbor Freight, and this was pretty cheap. I feel like it was $10, and he says this has the gaskets you need for the timing cover. So there's the specs on there. Does it show it in millimeters? Interior diameter, outer diameter. Let's see. But yeah, so I guess if all fails, you could use this, but I'm trying to like not spend money here. So I'm wondering if I should try to return this. Spend money I don't need to. If I should just return this and then use the ones that came in the Felpro kit, because they might have just trying to help me out with the Felpro kit, and maybe those will be fine. Let me see if they fit on there. All right, I think these, so I tried to put on this little guy on the 2, and it was kind of too loose. Even though the interior diameter seemed better, it was too loose. I think the Felpro kit is actually trying to do us a solid and give us the correct ones. The bigger one, I already put on the bottom. I didn't want to take it off because it fits so snugly, but that replaces the bottom one. So let me take these over. Let me just put them in. Okay, so I set these 2 down here. Now, these are the 2 I'm talking about. So, just be careful here. I'm barely putting any pressure. I'm just trying to get underneath the gasket and then the O-ring and pry it out. There we go. Get that out, and it's kind of brittle. It's like kind of brittle and not squishy. Put some, it's usually good to put oil on this, so let me like put some oil on these. All right, put some clean oil on them. Now let's see if they fit as good as they did earlier. Well, this one's not going in as nicely as before. Let's try it on this one. I don't know if it's because I'm just holding the camera. There we go. I went in there, camera, I saw it unfocused for a second. And then put this in there. Okay. So maybe we're good. I actually ordered these at my local dealership, but I don't think I have to actually pick them up and pay for them because these are fitting good. And then down there, I already put that one in, and that one fit good. So Felpro kit, these are included in the Felpro kit. This one and those 2 up there. So that's cool. All right, we're at the timing chain cover. We're gonna prep this one, so we just cleaned the other one out, or the other surface. So, and I just noticed there's 2 gaskets here, so we're gonna have to take inventory to see if we didn't just use those for the upper part, and we need more. We'll see. These ones seem, I don't know if I'm just being crazy, they seem a little more supple. All right, so let's turn this over. I might try to clean this out a bit. There's no reason not to. This is a cool part. There's not much you can mess up here. What I'm gonna do, I see a gasket here for the oil thing. We also take account for that. We're gonna clean up all the old gasket because we're gonna make our own again. Look at that, it looks like a worm. Oh my God, it's gonna attack me. I'm just getting delirious now at this point. If you're doing this too, you could probably understand the insanity. There's some more gasket here. I need to remember that. That was for the water pump. But yeah. All right. But one thing we need to do, we need to take out this tensioner. I think this is 2 10mm bolts here. Okay. Nuts. I meant to say nuts. Nuts, not bolts. This is a nut, and that's a bolt. You can think of it as like a nut is just a singular little thing. A bolt, like a bolt of lightning, is a long thing. This has a little bracket on it too, so remember to put that bracket back for it. It's for the wiring harness. Okay. And then this comes out, hopefully easy. Maybe I could push it from this one. Oh, it came out strong. Here we are. Your chain tensioner. This keeps tension on the chain. This little thing, we're gonna have to depress it down. I'll show you. This it's talking. What's that? I know you want to be put back together. You don't want to be replaced? Okay, I guess I'll keep you. But we'll replace your gasket for sure. Replace this gasket here at the end of it. As you can tell, I love these gloves. They keep busting on me, but gotta use them. So here's our timing chain gasket. Says with Scion, but it should fit. Looks identical. Alright, so now we have our timing chain tensioner. We're gonna put our new gasket on that just came in. The pointy side is gonna be pointing like that towards the little crank thing. And that's that. And then screwdriver. You're gonna be pushing this down, but this thing gets stuck. So you gotta hold it in place, push this down while we're gonna come out of it. And then there's a little hook here. And you're gonna hook that onto the thing you just pushed down. A lot of tension. Come on. Come on. There we go. Move that little hook up, and now it's hooked. That was kind of hard. My hands are all tired. Tired and weak. But since we're here, and the Felpro kit came with this, this is going to be the crankset. I think this is the front main seal. Maybe it could be the rear. Whatever one. It's on the timing chain. This one actually doesn't look too bad. It might have already been replaced. But we're going to be putting this in here. Hopefully these are identical. In the past, for the other cars, I've had seals that don't fit properly, and I've had to do them over. But so we're going to take that out, and when we're going to press it in, this is wheel axle set from Harbor Freight. You could probably get it on its own, but it's front wheel drive axle lock set. Like I said, I use this for other, but it comes with has a 38mm in there. I'm going to be using that to press this in because it looks like it's just a little bit bigger than the seal, which is what we want, because after we take this out, when we press this back in, we want it to be flush, and this will help because it should stop at the edge with the metal and also push that in. So that's 38mm. But yeah, let's take this out. Hopefully it's not too bad since we can get our own hand in here. We might have to pry it out with the now we damaged it for sure. Let's try going this way. Okay, a little spring came out of that. There we go. was hard to press out. I was trying to, looks like I didn't damage the side there. Okay, there's our old seal. Throw that down here in my little trash pile. So we're gonna get some, gonna do some parts cleaner. Rag. Clean this out. Let's go around here one time. Do another prep. Go around it. Okay. Now. So I'm gonna do something I've never done before. It's an experiment, but it shows in the service manual to apply grease to the new seal. And I would imagine it's on the exterior so you can slide it in. So I'm just going to apply a tiny bit. I don't usually use grease on seals, but seeing how hard that was to take out, maybe that's why they do that. And hopefully this will help it slide in better. So maybe that makes sense. It's a pretty tight fit. So I'm putting a really thin line of grease around this. Okay. Close that up. Wipe this grease on my jeans. Alright, so we're putting this in. Now the grooves go on the inside. So I'm gonna place this here. Press it a little bit just so it gets in there. And then this is when we're going to use the 38mm. And I have a little hammer. Let me grab that. Little rubber mallet. It's going in. And now we're getting close on this side, so I'm going on that side. I'm not being hard, but something hard. This is like a Hollywood thing here. Don't want to go past. Slowly going in. Just trying to get even. We're almost there. Yeah, we're pretty close to flush now. I'm just going to do 2 taps. Make sure it's centered. Alright, perfect. Flush. Cool. Rear main seal in. Now we're gonna apply, let's put the timing chain tensioner in. So we have that prepped as we saw before. And that goes here. There's 2 10mm nuts. Alright, put timing chain tensioner in. Now I have the back end facing upwards toward the inside of the engine. And it only goes one way, so you won't be able to put it in any other way. Alright, I put your little 10mm bolts. If I find the torque on that, I'll let you know. Alright, I did find the torque for it. It is going to be 9 foot-pounds for those nuts. Change the batteries in this thing, which 9 is almost like nothing. Get these all hand tightened up. We're at 9 foot-pounds. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's almost like nothing. That's like barely beyond hand tight if you're looking for reference. Okay, so that's in. Now, right before I prep this, right before I actually put the bead of gasket maker on, I'm gonna do another clean on this surface and the surface on the engine. So we'll be back. This is to the water thermostat. The Felpro kit came with one, a blue one. So you can take this off. I don't know why I'm not taking it off now, but I don't take things off until I know for sure where I'm gonna put it, but I'm like 99% sure. So what you're gonna do on the inside, when we put that gasket maker, you're gonna put it on the inside line of these bolts. And that's gonna go all the way around. And on the right here on the water pump side, you're gonna go on the inside of this as well. And here's the sealant shape that came off it when I was scraping it. See how that goes there? That's kind of like the seal we're looking for. This might have went over a little much, but we're going to be putting gasket around those, and then we're going to be putting it on each one of these two, and then around this circle here. This ring, not this one, not with the double, the single. Alright, here we go. So we got the private service here. Now just remember where you're going to go inside. Like kind of path it out to here, around this circle, and around the water inlet there. So here we go. Let's see if we can get a good, nice bead on here. Make sure the camera sees it. I'm using the black RTV silicone instant gasket Pro Seal. Got it from Harbor Freight. Okay. Trying to make the bead as even as it can. Got a little bubble. Right. Okay, so I got the bead on there. Remember, we're putting on this side and this side, and then around this circle here. It's pretty messy, but should be okay. And then around the water inlet here. Still on the inside of the holes. All right. Got the circle. The two all the way around. Alright, we're ready to put this on. So I'm getting this 10mm that sits in the middle, getting that ready. I have that on in the engine bay. So let's try to do this in one take. I'm gonna try to move the camera over here. Hopefully you're gonna have a okay lighting. I gave some lighting. Okay, I'm going to take out this oil thing because it looks like it's going to get in the way. Probably should have just unbolted that thing from the beginning. I did replace the O-ring on that oil thing. Oil dipstick. Okay, careful not to... And before you do this, remember your timing. Make sure your timing's all good. Oh, got a tiny bit on the crank. Trying not to get that gasket sealer on anything. I should have said to move the thermostat out of your way. Ah, shit. Fucking dropped it. I think I hit the plastic. No, that looks fine. If you have another hand, that'd be good at this time. Ah, keep dropping it. Should be okay, as long as like not getting it everywhere. Kind of hard to line up. So you're going to try to get the timing chain. It's hard, there's like nowhere to grab because you can't grab the edge, and then you got the hood thing in your way. So you're trying to put the timing chain tensioner behind a little plastic piece there. This dang thermostat really blocked me. Okay, so having them holding this here, I have the 10 mil here on the strut tower. I'm just gonna put that in a bit. Couple threads in it. Okay, try to sort out this thermostat so it's not completely in the way. Okay, it's not fully bolted up yet. Now, let me take this, show you what's going on down here. So I did get some. If you see anywhere it's not supposed to be, so I put some right there when I was setting it on there. But this looks okay. There we go. It's more squared. But yeah, if you have a second hand to just, I don't know, move stuff, that's nice. Yeah, I should have just unbolted that oil thing. I was trying to not do a bolt if not necessary, but. All right, so we just put the head gasket on, or the timing chain cover, sorry. And now we're gonna be putting in all your bolts. So I put in the 10 mil just by hand tightening. And also verify your timing marks. You can still see, I can't see on this camera, but through this hole you can peek and still see your mark for that one. See that yellow? That's the painted one next to that dot. Make sure everything's still good. That one's there. That one's there. All right, let's put all these back. Putting in the bolts, so they're kind of obvious down here. So we got these two here. And then got one right here, one at the bottom. Your oil housing goes there, so the next one's right here. And then one's right there. Okay. And then right here, there's a couple. Now one of these might need the little plastic piece for the wiring harness. I need to double check. Almost guarantee it, but and then one right here. Come on, camera. Come on, fingers. All right, so tighten all those up. If I have the Torques, I'll flash them on screen.
All right, so for the torque on the how to read this, the foot-pounds is the second number in the parentheses. The first number outside the parentheses is Newton meters. So if you're adjusting for foot-pounds, you're looking at the last number, and the last number in the parentheses. So that tiny 10 mil, that's only 7 foot-pounds. All those, I'm forgetting the bolt size, but those 9 ones that go around, those are 19, and then those bigger bolts, those 4, are 38.
All right, you got these, putting in these 4 14mm bolts, 2 on each side. Just gonna hand tighten them all for now, and then we'll tighten them all up. Hopefully we didn't get the gasket sealer too much on other on parts in there, because I did some bumps on some stuff. Okay, other side, we're doing 14s. And when you're putting it on, it helped. I was looking at lining these up, these edges on both sides, using the crank to put the hole in. But we had to, the hard part was getting that timing chain tensioner. Hopefully I got it behind the, kind of like behind that plastic bit, because I was like stopping it. This back out of the way. Okay, 14s are in. Let's put some 12s in. All right, and then you put a 12 here. All right, and then you're putting another 12 in right here. It's right above the water pump. All right, some of you who may have already done this or watched other videos may have noticed something. When doing the timing chain tensioner, this should have been, this little bracket that holds the wiring harness should have been on the bottom nut of that tensioner. Now that it's in a harder place to reach, I'm gonna see, we'll see if we need this. I don't know. If not, I'll try to put it on there. I'm just gonna undo it, the back bottom bolt, put it on, I believe in this orientation with the little clip towards the bottom, and then put it in there. Little mistake, but it's not a big deal. It's just for holding some wires in place. Alright, I'll probably flash the Torques on screen so you can see them, but all the 12 millimeters, those are all 19 foot-pounds of torque, if you can get your torque wrench in here, assuming. And then all the 14 millimeters, those are going to be 38 foot-pounds of torque. And then the 10 in the middle, careful with that one, that's only 7, so that's not very tight. we're gonna replace this gasket around it. Just because the Fel-Pro kit came with one. Let's look at it. Might seem fine, but since we have a new one, you just put that back in. Make sure it's snug all the way around. And then that'll be good. And okay, we have that on. Now we are going to replace the gasket for the thermostat, which is right here. So this little black one, remember to take off the black one here. That's on this one, it was stuck on there. I could have took it off before, but I wanted to make sure I had the gasket for the thermostat. Oh, I just dropped that down there to the engine bay. This one's kind of crusty. It's still not too bad. Here's the new one. Now we're going to put that. There's a little ring around the thermostat, and make sure that's secure in there. There we go. Got the thermostat. Here we are at the O-ring blue box from Harbor Freight. I think that was like 10 bucks. So we were putting on the oil filter housing. We're replacing those two gaskets there. So I just replaced that one, and I'm gonna try that one next. Now, if you have a little automotive pick, it's a perfect spot for one. Looks like a little dentist tool. This is just a really small flathead. Like I said, like before, always trying to be gentle. There you go. We're going to be using this one here on it. Seems to be good. Cool. Okay, so when I put this on, since it's like snug on the outside, I kind of need two hands to push it in. Oh, there's the camera. So like I said, I see some little bit of silicone in there, and try to get that out. Might as well. All right, just got two more gaskets. So this is for the valve cover thing. It's for right here and right there. They were originally stuck on here. One was right there, the other stuck there, but got them. And then these are the part numbers for those. It was $11, 31 cents. But yeah, here's those two gaskets that go on the valve cover. Now the comments may have already commented on like gaskets get flat when they get smashed, but not always. Like look at these, they're flat. They have a right angle. They're not perfect little donuts. So not always, but yes, I agree. I do understand they do get flat. Okay, so I'm gonna put this guy here. Doesn't look like there's any specific orientation. And then we're gonna put this one right there. There we go. I'm gonna take out my gloves. I just didn't want anything to fall down the spark plug tubes. We're putting in the water pump. Weird, I thought it was recording, but there is going to be 2 bolts on the top left. Those are longer bolts. Those are going to be 19 foot-pounds, and then you're going to have your 3 other 12 millimeter bolts on the bottom. Those are 15 foot-pounds. So I'm just going to put in the long ones so I can hold it a bit. But no. Thermostat. Make sure your gasket's on there nicely. And then you're just gonna line up on this. It was too. Come on, this stupid oil. I'm telling you. Should just undid it a long time ago. Might need to now, because it's really in the way. We're so close. I got like a millimeter clearance. I need. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, I got it. But I do recommend. I would probably just remove the oil dipstick tube. And then you can replace a little O-ring at the bottom of it too. 2 nuts and a 2 nuts and a bolt for that thermostat. Okay, this thermostat bolt is a pain in the ass. So 10 millimeter. This is what I'm trying right now. I feel like it's gonna work. So I have the sticky side grabbing this 10 millimeter of tape. I kind of have it also locked in on the socket. This could kind of, so I'm going to try to use this to get in on that bottom 10 mil bolt on that stupid thermostat. This is what I use to reinstall, 10 millimeter deep and a 3-inch extension. But yeah, stupid bolt at the bottom, annoying. So next is this oil filter housing that we're going to place on there. But I figured this might be easier to I need to change the oil filter anyways, so this might be easier to change the oil. We'll see. Sometimes it's nice to have something mounted to turn this. But I'm gonna go to the store, get a new oil filter, and yeah, that'll be nice. Now there is also an upgrade. I would consider an upgrade. So I think it comes from the Corolla. You can swap this mount out, and instead of having this proprietary oil filter housing, you can just switch back to the good old all-in-one oil filter, and so you just tighten them up by hand, which is nice, because this you need a tool to get through it, and then also have this little clip to keep it secure. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some oil filters or an oil filter, and we'll try it. So we're gonna take off this little clip first, which usually comes out not too bad a problem. Sometimes you can pry it. Never done this not under the car, which is nice. It's always nice to not be under a car. Let's see. But I always have issues with this stupid thing. I don't really understand it. I think it's supposed to make it where this doesn't screw back off, because it looks like it would hit this clip before screwing off. But kind of a pain, to be honest. Okay, so that's out. So if you're doing this has oil in it. I tried to dump it out, but I guess not all of it came out. So I'm using this. This doesn't fit it as well as I would like. Yeah, 64 millimeter Toyota oil pinch renter, and I have it at 1/2 inch. So what that does, put it on your tool, and then it should match up. But like I said, it doesn't fit as good as I'd like. So the OEM Toyota one's probably better, I'd imagine so. So let's see if we can actually untighten this when this doesn't have somewhere to grab onto. This actually might be easier on the car. This is what I was worried about. I'm forced to push against. Jesus. Okay, now shit. I'm gonna get oil everywhere. Come on. So not easier. I'm trying to bang it with this mallet. You know what, I have a. Alright, we got this big boy. Why don't we use this? See how this does on it. Let's see, so we need to loosen. Let's see how this goes. See, that was like way too much force. I don't tighten these that much, but we did get it off. Oop, oh my god, I just spun this and it sprayed oil everywhere. Off. Okay, I'll just move that over. Alright, here's your oil housing. There's some oil in it. Looks fine. I'm going to drain it. Drain that little bit there. So here's our oil filter. And then we have our O-ring here. I guess we'll just keep the adapter on it for now. So, let's do this filter change. Where is my oil filter? It is right here. There was a deal at Advanced Auto. Got some Castrol oil, an oil filter for, I think it was 30 bucks. Oh, so this is a cartridge style. This one looks kind of warm, which is kind of crazy because I change them every 5,000 miles. And this like feels stiff. I wonder if that's like a clue of the coolant getting in there. That stiffness, because this one's not stiff. But yeah, I can put this in, should be any way. I like to keep the part number up. You just pop that in there. There we go. We're going to take off this old O-ring. Should have got a crush washer for the oil pan. And then you're going to put the new O-ring on. This is the weirdest oil change. Doing the filter change outside the car. Just figure I might as well before I put it on underneath. Oh, let's put some oil. I'm going to put a little bit of fresh oil on this. Move that up. Now we're going to put that back. I always like when the gasket's a different color than what was on there. Just like, it's nice visual. Nice mix up, and you're like, oh yeah, I changed it. There's no question, did you change it? Unless you forgot the color, I guess. Alright, there's like a big spot for that O-ring, so there we go there. Alright. Oh, let's put it, yeah, there's still a lot of oil in there. So it does, so I'm going to put it back. I should look up the torque specs for this. Can't be much. I'm scared to use the torque, this big boy on it. I don't want to put that much torque on it. Yeah, I'll look up the torque specs and see if we can, whoops, loosening it. It might even just be hand tight like that. Okay, I'm going to get this boy off. Sometimes it can, that's the problem with this adapter. Kind of hard to knock off. And I'm dripping oil everywhere from these tubes. Thing getting stuck on here. Alright. There we go. Now this is ready to be installed back onto the car. Almost forgot this little clip here. Now, it spins that way, so I would imagine just have it so, and then bend this in. I think that's just to prevent it from back spinning all the way. Alright, let's install this. Okay, I'm gonna just remember to make sure these mating surfaces are clean. I'm just gonna do some parts cleaner. Okay, put this on here. Oh, my damn hand. Everything's always in the way. There's a lot of gasket sealer in this thread, so hopefully we don't have too much trouble going in. But if you do this quick, it's not as bad because it hasn't kind of hardened yet. But since our bead was kind of thick, kind of bled over to these holes a little bit. These are all 12 millimeters, so tighten those up. 19 foot-pounds for all 4 of those bolts. 19 foot-pounds, you got it. Okay, now we're gonna activate the timing chain tensioner. So you're gonna get a 14 millimeter wrench. And you're gonna put it on this bolt here. Get my camera focus. Can't really see it. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna pull it a little towards the front of the engine, so probably towards yourself, and then a little bit backwards. And you're gonna be hearing the clicking. You might even notice the timing chain tightening up. So let's see if we hopefully got this right. So we're gonna go forward a bit. I feel like resistance. Let me put a little better spot. Because we got this thing in the way. So go forward a bit, then go back. Okay, I kind of hear some like squeaking like oil. And then I went back and I heard it snap. I heard it click, did some clicking. And this chain looks tight. And then I'm looking at these marks, they still look good, nothing jumped. And I can look at the bottom to see if it's still good. Look at this fuel rail since I'm here and it's sitting right in front of me. I cleaned up this front intake a little better, like sanded it. I did actually 400 a bit. 400 grit. I didn't want to go too crazy. And then I did 2000 sand grit, but not much. I just wanted to get off whatever remaining residue was on there. So, like I said, I'm doing looking at the fuel rails. So I pulled out these two 12 millimeter bolts. And then there's another 12 millimeter smaller bolt. I probably should have just took this off earlier. It would have helped me so much with the room. But yeah, I wanted to show what this looks like. Make sure we pull them straight out. Got fuel dripping out. Come on. Great. Just got fuel in there. But yeah, look at these. Look how carved up these are. Now, that might not affect their performance because they just shoot out the front. So as long as the front of these are clean. That one has some stuff on it. Yeah, I figured I'd clean these out. And I think there's some little gaskets on there. So I'm gonna clean these fuel injectors out. Just might as well while we're waiting. Make everything work as well as we can. I think the Felpro kit came with those 4 orange gaskets. I think they're black, but I'm gonna measure those. Right, so I cleaned up these 3. As you can see, they're much cleaner. Just got that one left. But I don't think that was hindering it, like I said. So to pull these off, you just pull them straight out. But yeah, look at that. A huge amount of carbon buildup on it. But the spot where it sprays fuel itself, try and get the camera to focus on it, is pretty clean. But it's nice having these clean. So I'm actually going to replace these. They come out, but they come out pretty easy. I already loosened this one. But they, I mean, I like that they're orange. But I mean, they're not terrible. But the kit did come with some black ones. Replace these suckers. That one's a bit more firm. That one's looser. I don't know. We'll go for it. Place all 4 of those. All right, got these fuel injector holes clean. And then I figured I'd show you, I don't know how much I showed you of the intake there. So this was the intake that I had the most issue, which was the dirtiest. Which kind of lines up. I cleaned them out a bit, but that one's much cleaner. Cylinder 3, much cleaner. All right, it should be all dried up. Now, that service manual that I found said to apply some gasoline to these, not oil, specified not oil, but some gasoline. I don't just have raw gasoline around, but this fuel line should have some in it. It's been spraying on me this whole time. There we go. So there's a little tip. There's probably some fuel in your fuel line. Can't believe I actually got some use with that. So just a light coat of gasoline, which is weird. I've never put gasoline on O-ring. And then we're gonna put these back in. Now they're kind of just, they're kind of going in there. At first I thought they were just sitting there, but you can't push them in. Which I guess makes sense. If gasoline's going, high pressure system, like there's gonna be gas on these. Like at least probably some residual gas. Okay. Seems good. Keep that one straight. This one. There we go. It kind of clicks in. You can kind of hear it. Sometimes they just snugly fit in there. But sweet. So another thing you can do to test these. Now you could connect these to a battery. I could use the battery in the back. But a nice little test you could do is get your little, I don't know, your little digital meter. This one's not so accurate. I can't get down to the numbers, but I'm going to the ohms, not kilo ohms, just ohms. And then you can connect these to each one of these. Now the manual specified it should be between 11.6 and 12.4. Since this one doesn't have that many significant figures, as long as it shows 11 or 12, I'll be happy. So we're gonna connect here. I should put the camera down for this. See if I can, let me put the camera down. Hopefully you can see the meter. So I'm just gonna touch these two contact points in here. And we're looking for, like I said, I don't have enough significant figures. If I can just get a nice contact, there we go. 11 and 12, it's exactly where it's supposed to be. Now we're gonna go to the next one. Between 11 and 12. Next one. You gotta let it sit for a second so you have a good contact point. Between 11 and 12. Now if you have a more sensitive meter, you can see exactly 11, 12. I think I'm good with that. So that's just like a quick inspection of your fuel injectors. Now we're gonna reinstall these. Hopefully all is good. Line them up. I'm trying to keep this fuel line up so it doesn't leak. You kind of have to put this bracket where it was so they can line it up. Get all this stupid EGR stuff in the way. Kind of a pain. Come on. Alright, there we go. Hopefully you can see what's even going on, because I can't see the camera. Line them up in the holes. Okay, I'm kind of doing like an even pressure. So you want them to go in. Not too much pressure on this fuel rail, it's not that strong. can kind of feel it's kind of fragile. But there we go. Should be good. There's no like clicking or anything. Maybe the slightest snug noise, but make sure you put your bolts back in. These two go here. Make sure to cinch those up. And then remember, this side bolt goes on the side of that bracket that you pulled off. There should be a slot for it there. It's okay. It's actually good. You want to check if these spin a little bit. It means they're good. You want them to be able to spin a bit. If they don't spin, then you gotta like probably take them back out and put some new O-rings on it. But since we do have a torque spec, might as well use it. So this is 15 foot-pounds. Let's get this here. I've already tightened them, my finger to the point. There we go. Doing this one-handed. Now 15 is like that is not much foot-pounds. That is not a lot of torque. All right, now for the valve cover. And the Felpro came with a nice new gasket. So just line this up. All right, I got it like more laid out here. I'm just putting it in here. The other gasket wasn't too bad, to be honest. Everything hasn't been too bad. I mean, there's about 145,000 miles on it. And it's everything other than the head gasket and this stupid EGR. Everything seems fine. Okay, let's make sure. Let's hope this gasket stays on. I know that sometimes you might have to like tack on a little bit of gasket sealer. Just making sure everything's good. All right, let's put this on. I see it already kind of falling off. Let's see if we can get it on before it falls off. Saw it kind of falling off in the back here. Feels good. Boom. And then you're gonna put all those up. Like I said, if I find the torque specs, I'll let you know. All right, so there should be 12 all around, and then don't forget the one in the middle. And every single one of those is only 7 foot-pounds, so that is not much at all. It's like just really beyond hand tight, but 7 foot-pounds for all the valve cover bolts. All right, now we're doing the engine mount bracket. I remember how this goes here. I'm missing something. You got 3 bolts, but I only got 2 holes. Interesting. I may have put a 14 in the wrong spot. Initial 14, that might not be it, but we'll see. Because I have a 3rd bolt here. Let's see what happened. Yep, I messed up. So this 14 is not the 14. It must be down there, because this doesn't go anywhere else other than there. So that would be there. So I'm going to pull this out, pull that out and move it to down here. It shouldn't be an issue since all the other ones are already tightened. I guess let's just double check here. I thought I was being careful, and then I forgot. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Alright, so let's pull it out. Had it all nice and torqued. 38 foot-pounds, 14 millimeter. All right, now let's put the engine mount on. I'm gonna put the big bolt. I'm like paranoid that I did wrong again. All right, those 3 bolts are 38 foot-pounds. Let me put that stud back in. It's only 7. All right, now the actual engine mount. You know what? I'll clean these surfaces off where they mount first on the frame and everything. 1 second. Okay, now engine mount. I see that now. Let's clean something. Careful these AC lines. Come on. And put the stud in. Apparently, the stud's only 7 foot-pounds. We'll see about that. Now, once the engine mount's on, you're going to put the 3 thick bolts into the ones that go into the frame. And now, let's see if we remember how the other ones go. Gotta look back at my footage. Okay, so I just put the 3 engine mount bolts on to kind of put that in. I put the stud in, screwed that in, and just put the bolt on top. We're about to tighten it more once we get the engine lifted back up a bit. So, but we're going to be putting back this bolt or nut and that bolt or nut. I forgot exactly what, but I have the bracket in my hand here. Just holding the camera with the other. So we'll put this back up. Okay, so this top one's a nut. And then kind of position it. We put these brackets on. And then, yeah, put the nut back on and then the bolt down there. It's a, looks like a 10 millimeter bolt with the washer. Nut, bolt. Make sure you put these back in the little channels. Tighten those up. All right, I'm gonna be putting this bolt back in here, but as you can tell, there's too big a space for it. So we're gonna I'm gonna jack the engine up a bit, and then so that way that bolt can go in there. See how this goes. So I jacked up the engine with another jack, and then I'm trying not to put more pressure than I need to. I keep going until this bolt no longer went on the left side. And then now I'll torque these. This stud may need to go down more. I'm gonna look back at my other footage to see how far it goes. Or maybe it stops, we'll see. But yeah, so that's where it's at. I'm gonna hold that there on both this, or see if this goes down more. Hope that made sense. All right, this stud did stop, which is nice. So once this stud stops, torque that to 7 foot-pounds, and then you can put these on. I'll find the torque specs for these two. All right, so these top bolts, so this nut is gonna be 70 foot-pounds, this bolt is 70 foot-pounds, and then the nut that goes underneath on the stud is 38 foot-pounds. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get a wrench in there, but just so you know the idea of those. don't forget about the nut underneath the engine mount. I don't know if I can get the camera to get under there, but that one underneath the engine mount, 38 foot-pounds. Okay, these 3 bolts on there, those are 70 foot-pounds. Right, now we're making sure everything is connected. Just after we put the intake on, that's when we'll do another double check, but make sure your fuel line's connected, which mine isn't, so I'm gonna do that. Fuel line, all the hoses, all the connectors, everything should have a place. And also all the bolts, just another reminder. Another day waiting for parts, but in the meantime, we got some new suspension on. So we got a new shock absorber and spring in our little, you forget what those are called, but new thing there. Still gotta attach it. Here's the old one. The suspension was like, it was feeling like it was, this looks like it was leaking, so man, it was just really harsh. So I'm hoping this helps. And this one we got in time, because this one had a crack right there, so it's losing its grease. It looked like it just started though. I might got that just in time. But yeah, just gotta install this side now. There's the old one here. There's the boot. Kind of ripped just like the other one. Okay, I'm gonna put the coolant reservoir back. This has 2 10mm bolts. There's also a ground wire down here. Kind of put that towards the engine. These 10mm bolts have little washers on them. There's a little like standoff of the coolant reservoir at the bottom. It goes into a rubber grommet. So if you're having trouble getting it in, make sure that one's in first, and then you can get these in easier. Okay, it's kind of a memory game. We're back over here on the EGR. We have a 12mm bolt that goes right here on top of the valve cover. Now I'm still not cinching everything up because we'll still need a wiggle room for when we put the intake manifold back. Is it not the right bolt? No, it's not. Maybe. There's a few threads in there. Dumb EDR. The way of everything. Okay, put a few in there, and then if you remember, there's a stud that goes right underneath the valve. So we're going to be putting that in. Not the stud we took out from the cylinder head. This is the big stud. I'm going to show you. This stud right there. So we're putting that back in. And then I have a little nut for it too. Like I said, don't tighten it all the way up just yet. Now next would probably be a good idea to you could put the intake manifold in. But we're waiting for ours. So we're gonna put this bracket on for this tube. It's this 12mm that we just put back into the engine. I don't understand why it has to be so tall, but I'm gonna put this in. Hopefully we won't need to undo it later. Hopefully it won't be in our way. It shouldn't be too bad. Okay, put that in. Alright, so now I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the intake manifold to come in. I still have the old one. And I'm debating whether I should just clean it. You could probably just clean it. But the Toyota Care Card nut dude, he's really good at making people scared. But after looking at it like that, it definitely can be cleaned with patience. But I already ordered it from Lexus, and I don't think there's a return policy. If there is, there's like a 35% restocking fee, which is a shame because it takes forever for it to come in. It's been almost 2 weeks. So we're still waiting for that. No
indication when it's going to come in. But when we're going to put everything together, you got to pay attention to make sure every one of our plugs on our wiring harness are put together. And all our hoses and all our bolts are tightened up, because now it's getting visually cluttered. For now, let's see if we can tackle this harmonic balancer. So there's a key. Got some stuff on here. Oh, my light's out of battery. Great. Use this light. So putting this on, make sure you line it up on there. There's a little key line. Just push it on. Then you're gonna put your big crank in here. Now this is the part I've been thinking about ever since I decided to do this job. So how do we tighten that? Now I've seen people just, a lot of people just use their impact wrench, if it's a powerful one, and they just do it really quick, you know, not lingering there, just till it stops, which probably works, to be honest. I'm gonna try to figure out if I can go to AutoZone and rent some kind of pulley holder, or come up with some system to keep it in place while we're torquing it. Alright, so make sure your harmonic balancer's pushed in all the way before you tighten this. So I'm going to do, I don't have the specialty tool for this, and it's kind of like one of the main hurdles for this thing. So like I said, some people just use their impact wrench and go on it till it's tight and they let off right away. And it seems to be working for a lot of people. And I'm going to be doing something similar, since my auto parts stores don't have that tool, and I don't have the tools to fabricate one. And I guess my creativity's out of luck right now to hold it in place. So what I'm gonna use is my weaker impact driver. It's a little older. Model number is 324B-03. But when I look it up, it says its max torque is 1,800 inch-pounds, which translated to foot-pounds is 150 foot-pounds. So I figured my battery's not completely full. It's 3 out of 4 bars. I'm gonna max it out on the 3 speed. And I've done this on my Corolla and it worked out great. But ideally I have the right tools to torque it. So the torque for the bolt is 140 foot-pounds. It's a big bolt, so it can take some abuse. Don't go crazy on it. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put the speed on 3, and then I'm gonna hammer it down. This wasn't able to undo it, so I figure it should be decent, at least tightening it to a spec. It's close to a spec, and the battery's slightly dead, slightly old. This isn't very scientific, but I think it'll be close to 100 foot-pounds of torque. So here we go. Max speed 3. Before I do that, I want to make sure the harmonic balancer is pushed in all the way. Okay, there. Yeah, make sure it's pushed in. Mine wasn't, and I started tightening, and I saw that it wasn't. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna go at it for a bit, just because this max torque is near the max torque's rating on this, so wish me luck. That was, but that should be good. All right, put your coils back in.
Take it down. Okay, back under the car. And we're gonna put the, just don't forget about your oil drain plug. Put that in. And I'll find the torque specs for this one.
The torque for the oil drain plug is 27 foot-pounds.
Finally got the party in. This is our intake manifold. You don't actually need one of these. I think you can clean. You know the Toyota Care car now, guy says you can't clean it, and then a lot of people say you can. I err on the side that you can. Now, is it time consuming? Yes. Because you're basically getting small pipe cleaners and stuff. And brand spanking new. And we'll compare it to the old one. Yeah, let me grab the old one. Okay, here's the old one with, I already replaced a while back the gasket. So here we go. So we're gonna have to take off these pieces that go to it because this is just the manifold. Looks like this came with the side gasket here and the main gasket. And then another gasket. My little pinky's pointing at it here. And I was gonna return it and then just clean this, but there's like a 40% restocking fee or something dumb. So I just bit the bullet and got a new one. So it saved me time to clean this. Things that you clean are these little ports right here inside. I don't know if the sun's picking it up. And then in there, it's basically a chamber, and then those connect to that. We're going to transfer all the parts that are on the old one to the new one. At first, I'm going to do this little hose here. This looks like it's probably through the PVC valve. Okay. On here, inspect this valve, make sure it's not cracked. Or this hose. Hose. Now, we got our bolts, so didn't come with hardware, so keep your hardware. Which we have our 3 bolts, and we have 2 nuts. So now, I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna take off this big piece right here. I need pliers for this. I'm gonna turn this over. Well, actually, I was gonna take this off, but I need this piece too, so let's actually take these 4 bolts right here, it's looking like. They look like 10 mils. Tight. Better just take this hose off. So, to remember where it goes, we got these 2 little things here. This like goes straight up the middle. So, take note of that. There's a clamp. I actually use this as a nicer clamp. Okay, it's not too hard to get off. And then here's your, man, I'm drawing a blank. What this is called? Auto body? Right now I can use the socket. These are tight. Jeez. Some dirt on there, some oil, not crazy. There's that gasket, this green one, which it came with on this one. It's just black. So, put Put this on. I might take off that one first before we put it on. So let's see. Alright, there's another little connector right here. Looks like another 10 mil. There's only one. I don't think the other one's missing. Just looks like it's designed to be only one. I'm gonna put this connector on first. See, I feel like the shadows are like. I'm not sure how to clean that. Kind of looks sensitive. There is oil in there, so this car would probably benefit from a catch can. But there is, like, I cleaned this out, and like, it's wet in there. Which is sad. Like hesitating putting parts cleaner on this. I might just install it as it is. Right, so we put this one, took it off the old one, this little hose pipe with the electrical connector. Put it on there. That's a 12mm bolt right there. And I cleaned this up a little bit, wiped it with the rag, a little cleaner. So I'm gonna put some sort of sensor. I just wiped the outside very carefully with microfiber. Little blow. There's some oil on it. Just don't know. This thing looks sensitive to me, so I didn't want to touch it too much because I don't understand it. I'll wipe out the tiny bits of oil with the microfiber. But yeah, that goes here. Plug facing out. Reinstall that little 10mm bolt in it. Now we're going to put this pipe back on. Keep it lined up like that. There's like these little 2 notches here, and then a metal one on there. You just center those, and then that'll be oriented right. All right, sounds good. There we go. All right, that's clamped on. I'm gonna move this. Oh, I did that. It's fine. All right, let's install this intake. We're getting close now. Before you put this on, make sure you connect this little back hose back to the PCV valve here. There's also another connector. I kind of forgot where this went. I think it goes to the wiring harness, but there's a spot for it on the oil dipstick, so I'm gonna snap it back into place there. So make sure that's there. And then PVC tube, so don't just place it on. Gotta connect this first. Okay. And you can put this on. Okay, so then you have the 2 nuts and then the 3 bolts. Gonna go. Okay, I'm having a struggle here trying to get this intake to line up with this EGR pipe. It just needs to move a few millimeters. I can move the EGR a tad. We haven't bolted it down because to allow us to move a little bit, but we're still not able to move enough. So I might need to loosen the intake first a bit. I don't know. I'm gonna have to finagle everything just to get these 2 holes to line up. They're close, but not close enough. I don't know why this is not going. Try to shouldn't have to bend things, but I'm gonna try pushing down with my wrist, my forearm, while lifting this, just to get a bolt in here. It's under so much tension, that doesn't feel right. Shit. I got the bolt in, but I don't want it in. Ah, shit. Tightening it. I want to tighten it right now. It's in, but I don't. There's so much pressure on that bolt. That bolt's holding it all together. I don't want to damage that. So I'm gonna try loosening, tightening. It's gotta go unless this intake manifold got warped, which is possible. I guess I'll just loosen it and then put the EGR on, the pipe on, this little pipe on the side, and then tighten everything up. Hopefully it goes on well. Good luck. Alright, I lined that up. I still haven't fastened the intake yet. I'm gonna put this little plastic bracket on here. See if I remember how this goes. Guess that kind of guides us the hole and the shape. Like that, and you put it on with another 10 mil. And then we'll fasten those. And then we'll fasten the, what's it called? The stud, the nut on that stud. Remember this 12 millimeter, the 2 studs in the back. Man, I'm struggling. I hate this EGR. So I put that on, but then I realized my stud fell out. So I gotta put that stud back in, but now that doesn't line up. Come on, camera, focus. And then there's so much pressure on this bolt. I don't know how the two are back there. So I have to finagle this a bit more. Just get this on. I think this might be warped. And it's causing this. When I was putting this, mounting it here on the bottom, it felt farther than it should have. Unless I have something not aligned, which is also possible, but we'll see. Good luck. Alright, I got that sucker in. That was painful. What I ended up doing was stud first. Sometimes I play with that. It was still under a lot of pressure. Like it was like compressing and there's like bending. I didn't like that, but it went in. I ended up like putting one bolt here on the intake, taking the rest out, and then putting that stud in. I like stripped the stud a bit because it was not aligned, so that was frustrating. But yeah, we're good now. So now, connect all your hoses. So this little hose here, come on camera, just focus. Make sure you connect this guy, and then that hose, make sure it's connected on the other end. So now we're just being careful that everything is connected. There should be nothing not connected. I know it's hard to follow hoses. Like there's a hose here that comes from this bracket down. And then we're also going to start connecting electricals back. So connect this here. Come on, camera, focus. Like that. There's a pipe here, little tube. It was a tube that just fell off for mine. Looks like this. So it's gonna go there. And that. And then on this, it comes off this branching tube here. You see a little shiny thing my finger's pointing to, even though the camera's not focusing on it. So there's a thick one and then it branches off, and that's where this little guy goes. I'm gonna try to record every plug to put back in, but it's hard to remember. So this little tube also can sit here in this little groove. So I'm gonna plug in this here. If it wants to go in. Not sure why it's not clicking. Okay. Click there. Remember, click this one up here. You can reattach this. This tube here, it's an easy one. Save that for when we need a win. This is an obvious one. I'm having a hard time putting on with one hand. Come on. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna be following these wires, seeing when there's a hole. Like even for these little mounts, you can like plug that in or clip that in. So, I mean, it's not, if you leave this undone, it's not a big deal. But just to remove vibrations and to keep the wiring harness good. Yeah, just be careful there. So then we're gonna drape this back over. Okay, this little skinny one goes towards the back. And then this thick one's kind of here in the front. We'll see how it lays once you start getting stuff connected. But yeah, we're gonna follow that line and see where things are. So like there's a little mount right there. Okay. And now I'm gonna come back on the back of this line. There's another plug right here. Make sure they click well. There's a little bolt we took out here, and I put it back into the thing. So let's take that out and then place it back into there so it stays mounted. Okay, re-put in that bolt. Now we're following this. See for the EGR. Plug in this bad boy that we kind of hate. Let's try and protect the environment with this, but man, it causes some struggle. Now, mine didn't click. Now it's causing me struggle to put them back on. Usually like a satisfying click, but there we go. Alright. Now this is one of those ones that we had on here that kind of just slip on. That's just a bracket. Like I said, don't worry too much if you don't get that attached. It just helps you lay the harness the way it should be. Okay, I'm gonna follow that back just a little bit. Okay. Now, let's try to zoom out here. Let's follow. Make sure everything's good here. What's this? We got the fuel injectors. So let's get all 4 of those installed. I'm gonna put those in. Now, as I'm installing this fuel injector, I'm realizing this tube that I put on earlier doesn't seem right in the position. So I'm gonna lay the cable underneath that and then hook up these injectors. Get this one. Make sure they're clicking. That one didn't. I felt the click, but I think my finger muffled the click, the audible click. This one. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I think that lays underneath it. Then you can put the pipe on. Alright, and then do these 2 ground wires. These are the 10mm bolts. Let's see how long. Oh, almost dropped it. They're not very long. They're just there to mount those 2 ground wires down. Okay, once those are secure, remember you don't need to tighten these down too much. They're so thin. I couldn't find the specs for them, but I'd say like 7 foot-pounds. It's basically just snug because they're ground wires. They're not trying to do anything crazy here. Alright, still follow this down. We got 1 wire that comes out this way, and then we have the throttle body, long one here. Let's plug that in. Okay, and then you find out where this goes. The cable, you know what? I think this goes to the top of the airbox, so it's probably gonna be similar to like this. That's my hypothesis. So we're gonna continue along. I'm gonna plug these in, and then we'll install the airbox, and then we can do the backside ones. Okay, continuing down here, just following the line. There's a little mount on top of the intake. I'll try to click that in. That one didn't make a click. Alright, there's another mounting point right here. Now there's a little white connector. If you're like me, that one got disconnected and I put it, or fell down, and I put the mounting bracket back on the oil dipstick tube. And then this one's white. Can you see that? Whoops, I pressed something on my camera. I think I just paused the autofocus. Okay. Okay. Now we're continuing down. So we have only 2 more at the end of this. We have the water pump. Put that in. And I think this is, well, I'm not sure what it is, but maybe AC compressor. There we go. I'm just gonna double check going through, make sure everything's secure in. All the fuel rails on, the ground wires. This little bracket, this little guy. We're already gonna save this for the, pretty sure this is for the airbox, the air filter area. What's that? Then goes into there. Pipes up. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this bit of the wiring harness after I put the airbox on. Let me put the airbox back on. Right, so the airbox has a little stud underneath it, a little plastic stud. There's a little grommet right there. It'll fit into there. I have the mounting bolts that go for this in there. So let's see. And then the mount, we'll see how it sits in there. Alright, it sits in there like that. And then you're gonna have a bolt up here. And then bolt right in the middle. And then we got two more bolts. I think these go to the actual clasp on the outside, but we'll look around and make sure. Okay, these are 10mm bolts. Don't know the torque, but it's not much, so it's barely going past hand tighten. Just want them snug. And then your air filter goes in there. I'm gonna put this on. There's little tabs underneath. You put those in first, I believe. And then clip these up. This hose, you'll see a little spot for it on the side. Might even have one right here in the front. Yep, in front of that. So that plug, that was part of the wiring harness, does go to the top of this airbox right here. Plug that in. There's a little plastic thing for it on mine. It looks like it's broken. Okay, so I'm gonna put this bad boy in. Looks like it's gonna be. Remember, make sure all your hoses and everything are already connected, because now we're going to be covering all this up. This is kind of bendable on the front. I'm trying to get that right. But the important part is to connect it on this side. There's a little connect the plastic hose. Come on, get this. Get these mounting bits under here. Those last two bolts that are in for the airbox, those long ones with the washers, that goes top of here. See that? It's right there. And then the other goes where the engine mount. Right there. Alright. Tighten those up. And then for the intake, the little tube, there's two mounting points. One's right underneath this. It's just a little plastic clip. And then the second one right there. Alright, now let's do the back harness. Alright, so now we're doing the back. Now I see an unplugged one here, but I see one just hanging off near this fuel line one, so that looks like the one that goes there. Okay, let's come on over to the other side here. Okay, just following these. Remember to hook up your fuel rail again if you haven't, or your fuel line. Coils. I'll tighten those down, but I'm gonna do those four. There's one. 3, 4. And get this guy right here. Don't forget him. It's not the coils. And then remember to tighten these 10 millimeters down. I think I found those Torques for those. I'll find that soon. Okay, we're gonna follow. There's a little mount right here. You can put that back for the. There we go. Another mount right here on this one. There's a bolt, so I'm gonna take that bolt out and then put this mount there. Okay, bolted that little 10. Now there's another mount that goes on the, I believe it's the bottom nut of the chain tensioner. Remember to put this on when you're putting the tensioner in. Alright, so I've decided to put this little wire mount back on the tensioner. So it's going to go on the bottom nut like this on the tensioner. It's 10 millimeter and then it's 9 foot-pounds to put back. Okay, so we got 4 plugs down here. 3 are part of the wiring harness. The 4th one is part of this exhaust. So 4th, so the wiring harness one, that one goes, I'll get that little gray one there. And then this big one looks like it goes right here. And then the other one, oh, I said there was 3, but now I think I'm realizing that third, or I said 4, but that third one actually connects to that 4th one that's come from the exhaust. Can't see it, but this one I'm shaking in the shadows connects to this one with the bracket on it. The bracket, whatever, mount thing, plastic thing. For the spark plugs, it's gonna be, well, I didn't film me torque these, but spark plugs is a 9/16 socket, which is weird, and it's gonna be 15 foot-pounds. So I'm gonna do those real quick, all 4. And I think I may have already done it, but just wanted to double check. All right, just double checking. And then these, the coils, the 10 millimeters, what I was talking about, those are 7 foot-pounds for these 10 millimeter bolts. So not much, not much at all. We're getting close, guys. Getting close. All right, now we're gonna fill these up. But I just wanted to comment on this difference I noticed here. Turn this light on so you can see a color difference. So these are both Asian vehicle coolant, except this one's a concentrate, and then that one's already a pre-diluted. 2 different brands, Peak and Xerox by Valvoline. So this one is definitely more on the red side. I poured it, this is already diluted too, about 50-50. Not the kombucha, just using kombucha to mix it and to demonstrate it. And then I just poured a tiny bit in here, and this is really pink. And it's closer to what the original pink is in the battery coolant. And I mean, they use the same coolant, both the inverter and the, not the battery, the inverter and the engine coolant. So this one's probably fine. It does say red/pink, but my bottle's kind of old. I don't know if these expire just by sitting on the shelf. Maybe someone could drop in the comments or after I look it up. So I'm gonna get some more of the Xerox just because I like the pink. But yeah, I'm gonna fill this up. Basically gonna fill the overflow bottle essentially full. The service manual I saw has a B. Oh yeah, there's a B on that thing. So I'm gonna fill it up to the B, And we're gonna keep it open. We're gonna keep the funnel on there while we start it, or while it's going, and that way it's like burping and then filling up with coolant. All right, we're close. If you're at this point, you're feeling it. You're hoping for the best. Hope everything's plugged in right, everything's sealed right. That was a lot of steps. So good luck to you, and good luck to me. All right, we're gonna fill it up with coolant. Before you do that, remember to re-tighten your wing nut on the radiator below. Almost forgot to do that, but yeah, make sure your radiator's back with the little wing nut, or back on if you took it off. All right, we're gonna fill this up. We're gonna fill it up to the line B on the side there. I don't wanna make a mess here. So I'm gonna put this here. So far I put in 1 gallon, and it's down there on the reservoir. Remember, we're trying to fill it up to this B right here. I don't know if that stands for B for burp. That'd be hilarious. All right, now I'm gonna put the oil in. I'm using, doesn't matter what brand really, but I'm going for it takes 0W20, you can see that in the user manual, or the cap, the oil cap. I'm just using Castro Edge, high mileage. Good deal on that. So, take off your oil cap. I use an old quart of oil as my filter. I found out that a lot of them, you can kind of just screw them in. Of course I won't do it now that I'm filming it, but there we go. Kind of just screw it in. This is a royal purple one, but they usually all fit. Let me give you a better angle of the pour. But yeah, so it takes 4.4, that's the capacity, 4.4 liters. This, or 5.4 quarts. This is 5 quarts, just above the 0.5 on there. Alright, let's get ready to pour. I'm just going to put this, because since I cleaned the engine up a bit, I don't want to get any on if I misspill this. We have a big opening, so hopefully we don't. Okay, I'm just opening this here. Alright. So we're just going to go all the way to about the 0.5 mark here on the bottle. I almost over poured just now and splashed on the engine. This little plastic flap getting in my way, I don't like it. Peel that out. And to make, I got scared there for a second. So make sure your oil drain plug is underneath and your oil filter. If you did it with me, you did the oil filter outside. All right, so that's it. We're at 4.4 quarts or 4.5 quarts. We'll put it in maintenance mode before well, if we can. But if not, we'll put it in maintenance mode as soon as we can. And I'll show you how to do that. Make sure on the airbox here, just because I remembered just now, that to tighten down this screw here, to tighten this clamp down. Just a reminder. I don't think I covered that. Okay, we're here at the rear of the car. Now that we got coolant in and oil, I'm gonna reconnect the batteries. I'm not gonna put this in, all this interior pieces in yet, just so we can keep this open. So, to put the spark whatever grip back in, just place it in and press it like that, and then clip it over. So there we go. That's how you reconnect the battery. And then for this one, I set it right here, so I'm just gonna put it back underneath and get a 10 mil. And then I'm gonna reconnect the other battery back here. If there's sparks going, as long as you don't have Any fuel on your fingers, it should be okay. Make sure this is secure. It's a 10mm bolt. Okay, verify everything is connected. All hoses are good. We got the drain plug, the radiator plug, everything plugged in. Might watch this. I still don't see a plug on here. Oh, it's right here. I think I'm gonna disconnect the windshield wiper because I don't want this to come on and then do a bunch of damage. But then we'll show you how to start it. All right, now we're gonna start it and we're gonna put it in maintenance mode. Now when you start it, it's gonna make some noises because one, the oil needs to cycle through and the coolant. So it might even do the same exact rattle for a few seconds, but after that, it should be good. All right, but to put in maintenance mode, so not putting your foot on the accelerator, got your key, you're just gonna press the ignition, then you're gonna press the brake and release. Then you're gonna press the accelerator twice and press and hold on the brake, and then put it in neutral, and then release the brake twice on the accelerator, press and hold the brake, put in park, release, press on the accelerator twice, then press the brake, and then you'll see in maintenance mode. And you'll see like everything you'll see here. Now you can actually start it. And here goes the moment of truth. And we're pressing hold the brake. Here we go, guys. I'm worried. Okay. Watching the coolant. You know, it's hard to see. Just looking around. There's gonna be some smoke because we dropped a lot of oil and radiator fluid everywhere. But let's verify where it's coming from. Seems like a lot coming from the back. I just need a light. Seems like a lot of smoke coming from the back. See if that clears up. Of course, my light died. No. It's running, but I'm getting a lot of smoke from the back, so I'm gonna let it run for a bit more, but see if that clears up. All right, well, that was nerve-wracking. So much smoke was coming from there. I haven't really ran the car in maintenance mode much, but it was starting to make a whine noise, but I think that's just the noise of the engine. Maybe it has something to do with it being in maintenance mode. So Everything's looking good. Not seeing any leaks. Putting this up to B seemed to work. This thing is so hard to see whether it's full or not. But putting up to B looked like it went down. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna put on the panels, put the wheels back on, and put the assembly back. If I have any issues, I'll record it. That way, if you run into them. But yeah, here we go. All right, let's assemble this cowl back. Kind of forgot the steps of this, but clip that. Put this on. Line these up. Okay. All right, slid this pan back in, and then this little guy goes here. Kind of just, there's a spot he can click in, kind of. I don't know if mine's bent. A little bent. And then this one's here, clicks there, and back there. I believe this is where the bracket goes. I'll film if it doesn't. Again. Now let's put this assembly in, the wiper. Okay, I'm not sure if you can even see this angle, but you're gonna put this little grommet into this like slot here, and then slide it to the right. It's fairly obvious. Always watch the windshield though. Break the windshield. All right. Windshield pan in, and all the bolts, the ones with the big washers and long bolts, go to the wiper motor assembly. So right there, ow, hit my head, and right there. So those two long ones go to. Then you slide the plastic cowl on, and then you're gonna put the windshield wipers on there and there. Then you're gonna put a nut on it. I got some new wipers, so I'm gonna put some new wipers on it. All right, I've got new windshield installed. Make sure to, don't forget, if you have these little black snaps, snap those in. Clip these corners in. Still got one more. Has a little groove in it. So if you align it right, on there, and then pull it towards the outside. There we go. It's looking good.
All right. If you watched the end of this video, thank you. I wanted to show the whole process. Yeah, thanks for watching. I did a test drive. Worked fine, worked awesome. And right now it's been about 500 miles with everything, and no leaks, no problems, everything's running smooth. Yeah, so we did it. Good job if you did it. I'm proud. I'm proud. That was a big job. I'm an amateur mechanic, and I feel like I just leveled up after this. So, thanks for watching. Love you guys. Talk to you later on the next one. Adios.